Good morning. This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the clock. Please stand, everyone.
I, Joanne William Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of the Attorney General. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law.
Please be seated. Again, a pleasant good morning. I just wish to take a moment at this time to welcome the Class 5 students from the Cedar International School who have joined us today. I hope that today you will find these proceedings to be very educational, and we hope to see you again here soon. At this time, members, we will continue with the debate. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Luce Hart-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to everyone. And also like to state for the record, welcome to our students from the Cedar International School. Madam Speaker, it gives me great opportunity this morning to make a contribution to this very, very important bill, which is titled Crown Lands Management Bill 2024. I speak not only for myself as the district representative and the junior minister responsible for culture and tourism. Salt Island, of course, is part of the district of the 4th District. But I also speak on behalf of all the descendants of the Keys, which includes Peter Island, Salt Island, Cooper Island. And I include the islands of Anegada and Virgin Gorda, as the family lineage runs on those islands as well. And I'm proud to say this morning, Madam Speaker, that I am a descendant of Salt Island, an island that is affected by this bill this morning. Let me say off the bat, Madam Speaker, that I do support this bill. I support it because of its purpose and its intent. I support it because it is necessary, and at this time in our history, and in this time of where our country is leading, I think it is a bill that is required for us to set things right and to set all that needs to be done and all that needs to be addressed in this particular bill is addressed. Policies, laws, regulations are definitely needed to guide us to make the decisions that will affect all our lives here in this territory. However, I am sad to say that there are some areas in this particular bill that needs to be addressed. And I know for sure that we will be addressing them in committee stage, as some of these issues have been already debated from the opposition side. From off the bat, Madam Speaker, in one of the sections I would like to go through, page 11 of this particular bill, it mentions, not page 11, I can't remember the page, but it mentions the islands that are going to be affected, or the areas that are going to be affected in this particular bill. It says Salt Island, Anegada, Cooper Island, not Sound. But I would like to say that Cooper Island should not be included in this particular bill because it is a private island. It is owned by two families, two sets of families. They pay taxes, and there is currently a lease agreement with the family on that island. So they particularly own this island. So this particular island should not be included in this bill. Madam Speaker, my contribution today is going to be a bit of history in terms of why my view is that Salt Island and Anegada should not be included in this bill because of its ancestral background and its heritage and its over the years, the occupation of these particular islands have been occupied by the descendants of Anegada and Salt Island. And in particular, some oral history that has been passed on for generations to generation. And the fact that, yes, we would like to see the records as to why these islands should not be included in this particular bill. But the fact that oral history that has been passed on from generations to generation is just as relevant as history that is recorded in textbooks or any other history book. And to show that the reasons why these particular islands should, or keys, island, Salt Island, it's a key, and Anegada, the island, should not be included in this particular bill, and some way or form or fashion, when we get into the committee stage, we will find a way to address the many issues that will affect these islands if we continue with this bill as it is. I begin first with the Anegada, the island of Anegada, by stating that, but first of all, let me go into these ad hoc committees that are proposed in this bill. The ad hoc committees, as it says, it's an ad hoc committee, and an ad hoc committee doesn't necessarily have authority. The fact that we use the word may already annotates that these ad hoc committees will have no power. They will have no authority, meaning that the decisions or the recommendations that are made by these ad hoc committees as outlined in the bill may not necessarily be taken as requested or as desired by the members of these ad hoc committees. And as I mentioned before, the islands proposed to establish these committees should not include Cooper Island, as I said. Cooper Island is privately owned. So I would prefer that we use some form of another committee in terms of an advisory authority. Something like that could be used to give the committee that's going to be established to guide the bill as to how the lands will be dispersed and who will receive the land. There are many applications in already. I know for sure for the island of Salt Island, from the descendants, there are like over 300 applications already that these descendants want to own, continue to own a piece of Salt Island. So it's a bit troubling for me, Madam Speaker, that we'd want to form ad hoc committees that won't have authority to make the decisions of how these lands will be distributed. Now, my strong view is that the descendants of Anegada, I will lump them, Anegada and Salt Island, because of the fact that there's family lineage, they're connected. Anegada, Salt Island, Cooper Island, they're connected through a family heritage that, you know, we have to pay attention to the fact that these lands were already used by the ancestors. For an Anegada, they established the walls. The walls are like, it tells them that this is my lot. The walls are used to identify the family's lot, the boundaries, thank you, the boundaries of the lands. And the lands have been passed on, and these walls identify who this land belongs to. Now, we would say that there's nothing in the books, but then we heard about the Renwick report before. And that was spoken about in this house while we're debating. But the Renwick report, when you look at it, it gives a lot of information. It gives a report that was thorough, and a report that was, connected to the people to get the information from the people. Because in order for the author of the report to put this information together, they had to have interviews with the people of Salt Island in order to get the information. Now, pause to say too that back then there was no electricity, there was no TV, there was no telephone, so the people had to communicate. They had to share information and they had to share stories. So to say that, to discard what was said and what was passed on from generation to generation is not quite fitting or fair to say that we shouldn't take into consideration these ancestral rights of the people of Anegada and Salt Island. So again, to say that the Anegadians and the folks from Salt Island do have very strong, continue to have a strong link to and a strong connection to these islands. They have, especially on Anegada, they continue to pass on this information. Their history run deep on Salt Island and Anegada. I'm going to be switching back and forth because it is a family, as I said. The Salt Island people have used the land over the years, and they live there. They maintain and protected the salt pond. Of course, the salt pond is the system that's there in terms of the salt pond. It's a two-pond system where there's a small pond that feeds into the larger pond. That the larger pond is the pond that produces the salt. And what I was told is that in the whole world, there are only two types of systems in the world that has this type of ponds. I can't remember where the other country is where this system is, but Salt Island is unique because of its pond and the fact that the small pond feeds into the big one. We have to preserve it, and the descendants have been preserving and protecting this salt pond over the years. They lived there, maintained and protected the salt. The community of Salt Island was very, very active because of the salt. We didn't have refrigerators, so the salt was needed to preserve the meat. So there was a very, very vibrant economic hub in Salt Island, I was told, where persons or countries from wherever, when they traveled, they would stop into Salt Island to collect salt. And then the salt was also sold, and the salt was used for so many different things. So life on Salt Island was active, it was busy. There were over 100 people that lived there. So they protected over the years, and this was in the 1800s. And so Salt Island and Anegada are connected because it's one family, and the same would go for Anegada. Now, there was a very active, and in Salt Island they used to have picnics. People would leave from Tortola on the eastern side in town and western, and they would sail in their little boats and go over to Salt Island for picnics, particularly when it was the harvesting of the salt. The harvesting of the salt was a big thing. And it was a very happy and jovial time that there were picnics and big events over in Salt Island. At one time, they said Salt Island was considered the capital of the territory because it was so busy and so active. But we also want to share a little bit of history as well. And also in the salt pond, the salt was exported and sold to Trinidad, where they mix it with the asphalt and use the asphalt pit to use the asphalt for whatever reason. So Salt Island has a very significant history, and so does Anegada. There's a burial ground on Salt Island with the family's burial ground. That's how connected it is. As a matter of fact, on Saturday there will be another burial there from a descendant that has passed. So they continue to use Salt Island. They continue to embrace their heritage. They continue to preserve their heritage and their connection to Salt Island and Anegada. And what this bill is doing is taking that away if we continue as it is. Of course, yes, we recognize the fact that we need to make some changes. But it's important for us to explain why we need to make these changes and why we need to differentiate the Salt Island and Anegada from this particular bill and have a different segment. If it's not in this bill, then have a different bill that is going to recognize and respect the heritage and the inheritance and the ancestral means of the Salt Island and Anegada. Now, I would like to say that there are five families that are represented on Salt Island, five major families. And of course, all the other family and descendants are connected to these major families. There's the Abbott, the Durant, the Leonard, the Smith, and the Thomas. And those five families are representatives of Salt Island and everybody else. And then we have, of course, they also connected through Anegada, they connected through Cooper Island, and they're connected through Virgin Gorda as well. So there's a big family connection, and we cannot afford to dismantle this family heritage that has been going on for generations and generations and up to today. Because on Salt Island, although there's no one living there, the descendants go there. They picnic there. We did picnic there. They camp there. I don't camp there, but they camp there. And they plant plants, and they go and do cleanups. So we're still connected to Salt Island. And of course, Anegada has its own ambiance as well, and the family history continues there. So despite not having a dock that was destroyed from 2017 hurricanes, the family still find a way to get there. They use a badge, and that's how connected they are. They maintain their heritage up to today. They maintain that Salt Island is part of them, and they're not leaving Salt Island because nobody lives there at the moment. The family is still a part. And the fact that we have the burial grounds for the family, but there are also some burial grounds there. And these are persons that had perished from the wreck of the HMS Rhone, I believe in 1867, when this particular ship was wrecked. And the story goes, and again, it's a story, but it's a relevant and true story because it's been said over and over and over, because it is the truth. That after the wreck of the Rhone, the people of Salt Island buried the persons that perished from that wreck. They gave them the dignity of a burial, and they also collected all their belongings from the ship, and they turned all their belongings over to the administrator of the day. And that is how dignified the people of Salt Island are. That is how, with the Salt Island or the descendants of Salt Island, with integrity and passion and love for people, and wanted to see these people buried. So there are two grave sites on Salt Island that have the remains of those people that perished in the wreck of the Rhone. But they were told there's a third burial ground with those people, but not many people know where it is. And that's how, and they maintain those burial grounds. When you go to Salt Island, you can see the conch shells around them. They will clean them up. They would keep them, clean. People would go over there, visit for the day, and they would be able to see these grave sites that are still intact and have been preserved over the years by the descendants of Salt Island. So again, the fact that the Queen Victoria, because of this and the passion and the consideration that the people of Salt Island had for these folks that perished in the Rhone, Queen Victoria bequeathed Salt Island to the people of Salt Island. So again, the Salt Island cannot be a part of this particular bill. It has to be something different to differentiate the descendants of Salt Island, not be a part of this Crown Land policy or bill that we're debating today. So we are, and then to even further expound on the fact that the descendants continue to have a vested interest in Salt Island. In 2021, the five families of Salt Island that I mentioned formed a distribution of Crown land on South Island Advisory Committee. And what we did, or what the family did, was, it's hard for me to differentiate myself and to be objective, I'm sorry. What was done is that the committee was formed transparently. Those 5 families were each responsible for selecting 2 members of their family to serve on this committee. So where there are 2 members on the committee that represented each of the 5 families, in terms of, we had 2 members from the Leonard family, 2 from the Smith family, 2 from the Abbott, 2 from the Thomas, and 2 from the Durant's family. And we submitted these names to the then Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor, as we have had discussions over the years with the ministry to formulate this committee, because again, of the passion and the drive and the connectedness and the fact that we recognize that the Salt Island is in our blood. We wanted to continue to preserve Salt Island for the people of Salt Island as it was originally deemed to be. But of course, yes, it is Crown land, we recognize that, but it was held for the people of Salt Island as it was bequeathed by the Queen Victoria. So what the committee also did is the terms of reference. This is how into this that we were decided that we're going to form the terms of reference of this committee. So we have the background, and it talked about the history. We talked a bit about Salt Island. It has the purpose, the qualification, eligibility of members, its mandate, and it's a very thorough document given the terms of reference of this advisory committee. So it's not to say that, we're just there and we don't have a vested interest, no one is living there, and we don't care for it anymore. But over the years, we have continued and continue to be a part of it. And the proposal is that we go back to the drawing board with this bill during committee stage and decide how we're going to address these ancestral lands of Anegada and Salt Island, and to recognize the fact that Cooper Island should not be included in this particular list because it is privately owned, although it is part of the Southern Keys. And what I consider Salt Island, Cooper Island, and Anegada, it's our heritage. And we cannot allow for persons who do not necessarily have a connection to these islands, because they would never have that feeling, or I know we talked about feelings, but we would never have that drive or that passion for Salt Island and Anegada as the people, descendants of Salt Island and Anegada would. So we would need to have persons that have a vested interest and that would want to see the growth and continued development of our heritage by the people who are considered descendants of these islands, because they're the ones who know the history. They're the ones who know what it means to be connected to Salt Island. You cannot allow anybody else to come in and dictate and say for the people of Salt Island what should be done for the people of Salt Island or for the people of Anegada. So I look forward, Madam Speaker, when we go into committee stage to make the changes that are necessary to do right by the people of Salt Island and Anegada. The fact of the matter is that it's so ironic that we are here today, and it's so ironic that I am here today to give these contributional remarks on this particular bill. But I know what the irony is, and there's some folks who would know. But we will straighten those out again when we get into the committee stage, Madam Speaker. And with those few words of convincing us as to why the need to make some changes as we go along in the committee stage, as to why Salt Island and Anegada should definitely be treated differently, should definitely be treated finally once and for all. The distribution of the lands in Anegada would come to an end and closure. We'll find closure, because it's been over 100 years that they've been fighting, and to show the persistence and the perseverance, because they know what they're talking about. They know what the history is, and they know what their rights are. And they don't want anyone to come in between them, because, Madam Speaker, if we allow anyone else to come in between these families, it's going to cause havoc. It's going to cause disruption of the heritage and the tradition as known to what it is today, because it has been passed on. It's not that it's been left there unattended. It's not that Salt Island has been left there to fend for itself. The people go back. The people go and they have picnics. They go and they plant the trees, and they go and they do the cleanups. And, the plan is they have a plan, they have a vision for the lands. And it could only be by the people and for the people of these descendants of Anegada and Salt Island. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I hope I am convincing enough for us to really make these changes that needs to be changed, and rightfully so. And yes, land is a ticklish thing for us here in the Virgin Islands. It was said before, and I could say it because I've been through it. And land is a part of us. And it's important, again, because when you look around the Virgin Islands, we're different and we're unique to many other places, because the majority of the land, whether it's crown land or privately owned land, is owned by the people of the land. And yes, we have some differences when it comes to land. We have some falling outs of families when it comes to land. But the fact of the matter is that the land is very important to us. And it's important for us. As I said, this bill is timely, because before this bill came into play, a lot of things happened that should not have happened. But we will discuss those in committee stage, and we hope to not allow those things to proceed that will, again, disrupt the inheritance of our.
Members, let's take a short recess. This House now resumes a sit-in. I'm sorry, Honorable Hart-Smith, you may continue.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. The one good thing is our students were able to see the nuances, some of the nuances of how the House of Assembly runs. So it's a learning experience for them. But as Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I would just like to again reiterate the importance of us recognizing the inheritance or the ancestral inheritance of Anegada and Salt Island, and these should be recognized when we go into committee stage. There are some other aspects of the bill, Madam Speaker, that I recognize, of course, that needs to be changed. But I won't prolong my presentation this morning by going into those. I will be actively participating in the committee stage. But one more thing I would like to share, Madam Speaker, that really horns why the fact that Salt Island was bequeathed, the Queen Victoria had bequeathed Salt Island to the people of Salt Island. In 2016, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the visit of Her Majesty the Queen, and we also celebrated her 90th birthday. I served on that committee that was responsible for organizing the activities for this celebration. And my responsibility was to have His Excellency the Governor at that time, Governor Duncan OBE, that he would visit the schools and talk to the schools about, whatever he wanted to talk about, but more so why we were celebrating and observing the 50th anniversary of the Queen's visit and her 90th birthday. And I very vividly recall, and that was the first time I heard it for myself. And when he visited the school at Leonora Delville, he mentioned the fact that Salt Island was bequeathed to the people of Salt Island by Queen Victoria. He said it, I heard it. And then one of the other activities that we had to recognize that celebration, to observe that celebration, was a reenactment of the harvesting of the salt on Salt Island. And I was chosen to organize that event, and I served as a chairperson for the ceremony as well. So what the descendants did, as usual, because it's not that you had to give salt to the Queen because you were renting or as a form of a symbol of rent, but it was an agreement that the salt, some of the salt when it was harvested, was go to the Crown as part of the agreement, but not to say that you had to do this in order to have Salt Island as for the people of Salt Island. So what we did is we packed some salt in a sack, in the territorial dress, as a matter of fact, the fabric, not the dress, the fabric, and we gave that salt to His Excellency at that time, Governor Duncan, for him to take to the Queen as our gift for her birthday. And it was so proudly that it was part of a display of all the gifts that she had received for her birthday at that time. So again, the history and the verbal history or the oral history is passed on even up to 2016. It was regurgitated to the students at Leonora Delville Primary School that this actually transpired. So I close, Madam Speaker, by stating that we will make these changes, and I look forward to everyone's in this House on both sides to support this effort to make it right, to make it correct, and not just for Salt Island and Anegada, of course, because the bill is not just about Salt Island and Anegada. It's about the Crown lands and who qualify and how it's being distributed, etc., etc. But we definitely have to do a lot of work in the committee stage to get this bill done correctly. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member at this time wish to continue the debate? I recognize a member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm glad for the opportunity to debate this bill. I must say that in this present sitting, we have handled, this is the second bill that we're handling, and it ranks among those bills that are perhaps the best and most important bills that I have had to debate, or other members I'm sure would agree, we had to debate over the time that we've been in this House. We're dealing with the issue of lands, Madam Speaker. I do have one regret, not a regret of mine, but perhaps a regret of the government, and perhaps something that we can learn from going forward. That when you're discussing topics like this, the importance of land in the country and what's going to happen with crown lands, that we have to find a way to get the public more involved in it. I think other members may have said that before. Because we're doing some things in the House that will change the orientation, so to speak, of the country, the way we do business. And I am not satisfied when speaking to persons in the public that they understand some of the changes that are taking place. And not just with the Crown Lands policy, not just with immigration, but all those changes that are coming down the pipeline as a result of the COI recommendations. I don't think enough is being done. And if we're saying that these changes are being done for the people to improve the country, then I think it's important, Madam Speaker, that the people that you say you're doing it for, that they have a clearer understanding of what it is we are actually doing. Madam Speaker, I'm going to delve into the bill because there are some very interesting things in there. I know Honorable Skelton and other members went through certain section of the bill. I'll go through some of it as well because there's some other things that I picked up that perhaps they may not have picked up and vice versa. I'm sure when other members get a chance to speak. I want to support, Madam Speaker, the suggestion that was made by Honorable Turnbull that we rename the bill. Instead of saying the Crown Lands Management Bill, I prefer to hear Virgin Islands Lands Management Bill. I'll tell you why I say that. You look at the objects of the Act, you look at Section 3, and it says, A, to ensure that Crown lands are managed for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. Then you go up into the interpretation section, you see Crown lands, and it refers to land owned and managed by the government of the Virgin Islands. But those lands are owned and managed on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, it might sound a bit pedantic, it might sound as if you're trying to simplify something or make a differentiation that might not be important, but I'll tell you, when Honorable Turnbull was saying it, and I don't know if Honorable Skelton remembers, I don't know how well his memory is. I remember one time we were discussing land issues. There was a particular governor who was here, and we were trying to get something for somebody on Wickhamski sorted out, because our job is to help our people out. And we're there going backward and forward and backward and forward. And then when he couldn't get his way with us, he said to us, well, you know the lands are Crown lands. We nearly eat it for fish inside there when he opened that out his mouth. He was lunch. So it tells you the thinking that they have. It's not that simple. It's called Crown lands, but the lands belong to the people of the Virgin Islands, and that differentiation is very strong. Now, be mindful, you may not get it assented to. You have to bear that in mind, because I remember, and Skelton could bear me out as well, I don't know how good his memory is on these matters, when we went and we changed the name of the prison from Her Majesty's Prison to the Virgin Islands Correctional Facility. Jesus gonna come and that building will get assented to, because we made those changes. But we have to start to stand up for certain things in this country. Because when you hear crowns or crown lands, there are some people who are going to raise their Ebenezer expecting to get Virgin Islanders land. And so we have to be extremely, extremely careful with what it is we are doing. And Speaker, when you look at some of the objects of the Act under Section 3, if I go to Section 3G, it said facilitate disposal of Crown lands if available to eligible Virgin Islanders without the means to otherwise acquire lands to facilitate affordable land and home ownership. If you read that on its own, it is good. It sounds good. But when you go now to Section 26, Roman numeral 5, ensure that a valuation report is done based on market value for every parcel of Crown land before disposal. So the Act itself is in conflict with itself, because you are saying on the one hand that you are to facilitate disposal of lands for persons to acquire it in an affordable way, but on the other hand, you are basically saying that they should get the land at market value. And then it raises a question in my mind as to what is really the difference between what we're doing here and a real estate agency. Because a real estate agency will sell you land at market rate. Madam Speaker, turn to Section 5, subsection 3. 5.3. The minister may give to the board in writing such general directions not consistent with this Act, with respect to the performance of the board's function on this Act, as the minister considers necessary in the public interest for administering of Crown lands, and the board shall give such directions. I know other members have said it before, and I'm going to say it again, that a lot is happening in this place. A lot of changes, and the changes are being done in very subtle ways that we have to pay attention to. Those of us who put up on the biscuit pan and go out there to ask people to support us, we are becoming less and less effective in terms of assisting our people. I don't know how you all feel now. But sometimes I feel as if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. Because your people come to you for help and you can't find any way to help them. Because you're seeing the power that you run for, that's given to you by the people to assist them, migrating to somewhere else. And it's being done in a subtle way. You're setting up boards, you're setting up this, you're setting up that, so that you have to go through all of these things for certain things to happen. And then the person who is responsible for the terms and conditions of the civil service is the one who calls the tune. So in very subtle ways, your power is being siphoned off and going into other areas. And then if you call as a member to ask for something to be done for the benefit of one of your constituents, you're being told that you're interfering, you're directing this, you're directing that. But when the other person calls, yes, sir, how can I help? And it moves along the way they want it moved along. And so we have to be very, very careful. You have a thing as important as land. Because there are a lot of people in this country, Madam Speaker, who are without land or without homes. I mentioned that people are sleeping in cars in this country. And people start to laugh at me until they figure out that what I was saying was in fact so. People are now sleeping on the beaches. Do you know that? People are driving in their cars and sleeping on the beaches because they can't afford rent, they have nowhere to live. We have some serious issues in the place. And if you're turning over the whole issue of land, which is tied to housing, to a board, but the minister could only give general directions. You understand what we're doing? Who voted for the people on the board? Who voted for them? And it didn't even say you could give specific directions, because there's a difference. So that's one of the things, Acting Premier, I want you to consider, that you give specific and general directions, not just general, specific directions as well. And they must act on those directions. I don't know how many of y'all would have had issues with boards before. Some of them people, you put them on a board, they may run for nothing. You tell them go run them free to get licks. But they want to grab all the power, and you, the minister, pick up the phone, you can't tell them nothing. You would have ran on your manifesto. You would have made promises to the people, because that is what the people buy into in your manifesto. And then when you go now to go try to get something do, you have a board member who just come with the last shower of rain, ain't spend a cent to get elected, trying to tell you how to move things along. That can't work. And this is what happened with this board. If you could only give general directions, there might be certain things you might want done. Look at Puzzle, for instance. I need housing in Puzzle Estate. I need housing in Puzzle Estate for people who want property. Look at Crab Lot. Every time it rains, the people down there get flooded out. Look at Fret Yard. Every time it rains, the people get flooded out. And you want to tell me that a minister can't give directions to say, look, this piece of land up here, I want you to do something with this piece of land so I can relocate those people from there? You understand that's what they're telling you can't do. You cannot give specific directions. And if you call the board, the head of the board, and tell him you want to get this done, he ain't got to study you. So we have to be very, very careful in this bill that we're dealing with, Madam Speaker. And then we go on to the membership of the board. 6. And they got a lot of things there. The board shall have 11 persons, the PS, the financial secretary, the chief planner, 8 other directors, 4 persons representing Tortola, Nigada, Virgin Just Van Dyke. And then it says 4 persons who are suitably qualified, suitably experienced in the area of either area of law, construction, banking, or real estate. That last clause needs to be tightened up a bit, because you should ask for persons, for each of the 4 persons, one of each must have the discipline. Because the way this is written here, you could have 4 persons for law, or you could choose 4 for construction, 4 for banking, 4 for real estate, and you don't get the multidiscipline approach that you're looking for the way this is written. But my concern with this is nobody on this should be on this board unless they're a Virgin Islander. I'm afraid to say. Or a belonger who've been living here for a very, very, very long time. You cannot have somebody who is not a Virgin Islander, because the land belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands. You can't have somebody who's not a Virgin Islander sitting on this board. That cannot happen, and it needs to be in here, clearly in here, and don't be afraid to do it. But I want to make a little suggestion to Cabinet, because you see, I didn't cuss this morning. I didn't come out cussing like all the cuss, because I understand that there's a step missing in the Cabinet process, Acting Premier, that you have to pay attention to. You sometimes you have Cabinet on Wednesdays. You get your Cabinet paper sometimes on a Monday. It is not practical for you to read through this bill between Monday and Wednesday. So you pass the bill on intent, and it comes to the House. It gets its first reading as is, without you getting a chance to properly look through the bill. There needs to be a step before the bill comes to cabinet, where the bill is examined and whoever is instructing ministry get the feedback from their colleagues and go back to the Attorney General's chambers, perfect the bill, and then bring it forward. That is the problem. Because yes, I could question and say you shouldn't be passing this. Okay, you shouldn't be passing it really. But there's a missing step in the process because I've seen the process. If you're not somebody who will take the time to read this stuff before cabinet, and even when it's there, you might end up holding up one of your colleagues' paper. They get vexed with you for holding up their paper because obviously the drafting will have to be done before it comes to the House. So you need to add that step in the process because you create a lot of anxiety in the public when you bring this for the first reading with all of these things in it. And people wondering what it is my government really doing. They're not paying attention, but it is a system. Make that change. I warn you now, so I ain't cussing you this time. But if you come back the next time and you listen to what I say with these foolishness in this bill, I'm going to cuss at you. Because there's a step missing somewhere that we have to try and find a way to get it corrected. Section 7 of the bill, Madam Speaker, I think Honourable Skelton made that point. But I want to reiterate the point again. You see the way this is written? The cabinet, upon recommendation of the minister. Don't take that lightly. Who the chairman of cabinet is? The cabinet on the recommendation of the minister. It should be the minister with the approval of cabinet. Again, another approach or attempt to siphon off your power. Then, Madam Speaker, if we go to section 12, and maybe if I go back on 6, Madam Speaker. 7, sorry. The cabinet, upon the recommendation of the minister, shall appoint by instrument in writing a chairperson and a deputy chairperson. I've already given my views on how that is constructed. But you should give the opposition a little say. So if you do the chairman, let the opposition choose the deputy chairman, Madam Speaker. That way we work together a little closer on these sort of things. When you go down, Madam Speaker, 8 deals with tenure and 9 deals with resignation of the board and revocation. If you go to 12, it says the names of all members of the board as first constituted, and every change in membership of the board shall be published in the Gazette. Now there's a fit and proper test that you put here under section 6.5. It says for the purpose of subsection 4, a person is fit and proper to be appointed to the board if he or she is a person of integrity, moral courage and competence, and is able to exercise sound judgment and fairness. Now, I will want to add in the word honest in here, because you could have people who make a very good argument that integrity and honesty are different things. I will want to see that, Madam Speaker, added here. And then, of course, B says possess public credibility, which you have to change that. You basically want to say the person of good reputation. But when you look at 12 and how it's being handled, the names of you go through the process for the board, and the people are appointed to the board. But then the names only become public after they have been appointed. That doesn't fit your purpose. Because the people who are carrying out the interview, depending on who they are, and there's nothing in the bill that dictates how it should be done. That's another thing. Who's going to be setting up these interviews and so on for this to happen? But you could get some crooks passing through this board that the people who are interviewing them don't know that they're crooks. Now, I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, that before they are appointed, because it says here they should be published in the Gazette, you should have a step before that to allow for public feedback on those names of persons who are being considered or shortlisted. That way the public could write in and say X, Y, Z. You there now when you see Tom Jones' name on there, or Mary Jane, I should say. Mary Jane thief some of your land already. You ain't telling nobody she thief it. And now you're going to put Mary Jane over land again? But if you put Mary Jane's name in the newspaper and say that she's being shortlisted, then I could write him a letter and say, Mary Jane thief my land, she ain't gonna call on top there. Let Mary Jane answer that. But you have to be very careful, Madam Speaker, with this sort of thing, because you're dealing with land. I think, Madam Speaker, on 13, Honorable Skelton made mention of the quorum of 5. We have to look at that. And then we have to decide in 6 whether ex officio members under 13.6 can be allowed to vote or not. We need to clarify that. Section 15 deals with declaration of members' interest. As other members have said, interest, Madam Speaker, needs to be defined. We need to define it because we could get ourselves, some people could find themselves in some trouble if we don't have proper definitions for some of these things. And then when you go on to 15.2b, it says, well, 2 says, where a member discloses an interest under this section, A, the disclosure shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting, and B, the member shall not, unless the board otherwise determines, be present, blah, 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 blah. Once you define the interest, the member should not be allowed to sit on that matter, whether the board determines or not. You're opening yourself up for corruption. That's what you're inviting corruption, and you're inviting issues there for you. If you have an interest, you should not sit on the board in a particular matter, period. The board should not have any discretion in terms of allowing you to continue to sit there or not. And then you go to 16, Madam Speaker, immunity from suit. No action, suit, prosecution, or other proceeding shall be brought against a member of the board or a person acting under the direction of the board for any act or omission of the board or anything done or permitted or any omission made in good faith in the course of the operations of the board or in the execution or intended execution of any function under this act. Madam Speaker, based on the Virgin Islands now, I am having difficulties with these immunity from suit clauses. I'm having difficulties with it. I personally believe that people should be held responsible for their actions. That is my view now. If you're prepared to make certain decisions, you should not be able to hide behind immunity when the time comes for you to be held accountable. I don't agree with it anymore. Okay, look at it, the only people who can be held accountable is politicians. Everybody gets immunity, but the politicians don't get immunity from anything. I don't think we should get immunity from anything. As a matter of fact, even immunity in the House, I've had some radical views on it. I think the immunity needs to be qualified immunity in the House of Assembly, in Parliament. Because you just can't come in here and say what you want, lamblast anybody you want, defame anybody you want, and then you could say you're in the precincts of the House so nobody could carry the courthouse. You must be held responsible for what you say with your mouth. Don't say things that you cannot back up. That's how I feel. And Hickenbottom, look what he do. Hickenbottom, do you know, Madam Speaker, can I put this to you, Madam Speaker? You know, before the COI report got released, Hickenbottom got immunity in the Parliament of the UK? Do you know that? Do you know an act was passed to give immunity to the COI group before they dropped the COI report here? So he could write all the things that he wants in that report. and then run home and lock your door and nobody can go in there and grab you? That can't be right. If you're going to write a report of that impugns the character of people, you should be man enough to stand up to the scrutiny of it. I should be able to carry the courthouse. God, I carry there. It'd have been me and he. I would be down here. I'd be up there with he. And so I am concerned about that. This immunity thing, we're giving power to people who are just reckless. They're not applying their good common sense. They're not taking time to look through things. They just simply say they have immunity and they make decisions that affect people's lives and they can hide behind the law. It's the same thing with the Police Act that was here before you all, where they were asking for police officers to have immunity for their actions. Are you supporting that? You must follow the proper protocol. You can't just do what you want and then you get immunity and you turn off like that after hurting people's lives and affecting people. I can't support that. So, I mean, I don't know. I believe that I'm on the losing side of that argument, and I accept that. But that is strongly how I feel about the matter of immunity right now in present Virgin Islands. Then 18, these are remuneration of board members. A member of the board who is not a public officer shall be paid such remuneration, if any, whether by way of honorarium, salary or fees, or such allowances as cabinet may determine, and the payment shall be made out of the consolidated fund. I think we need to standardize what that payment is going to be. Put it in the act. Because we've had situations before in the past where persons have gotten the reason why I said the act, you're right, you know. Well, you know we don't do regulations for nothing. We're going to say regulations, and then regulations will never come. And what you don't want to do is to open up this thing so that people can get increases and so on in a very arbitrary way. So we have to be very careful with this. But it really should be in the regulations. But because we have a history of not doing them, I brought it up here at this point. And then you go on to the ad hoc committees. I want to support what has been said by other members in relation to the lands in Anegada and Salt Island and other areas, Madam Speaker, that have history. And this is why I said that that step is missing in the process in Cabinet. Because you have somebody from Anegada right now in the gallery. Anegada people don't play with them land. He come down here because he hear about land with Anegada. I think he come down here because he wants to see us. He hear about land and he come down. You're lucky it's only he alone come. And so if we tidy up those things before the bill come out, we won't create that kind of anxiety that we're causing now for people when it comes to the issue, Madam Speaker, of lands. And I don't understand for the life of me, I can't say I've never held the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor. So I can't speak intelligently on what could be the hold up. I don't understand it. For umpteen years now I heard them talking about distributing Anegada land. What could be the problem with giving Anegada people them land? Till now. I can't get it understood. I'm not being facetious, I'm not being difficult. It just seems to me as if it is something that is just taking so long. Until now, you have people now wanting to put Anegada land and South Island land under board, when there's a history with those lands. So, Mr. Acting Premier, we have to make sure that there is a policy, there is a standard, there's agreed arrangements in relation to Anegada lands, South Island lands and other lands. Let us extricate those from the bill and handle those in a different way. I also think we should extricate Wikamski. Take Wikamski out of this. The policy itself, because I don't understand how we're doing things. You're writing a policy. If you approve a policy, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Speaker, but I believe I'm right. If you approve a policy, and then based on that policy, you draft the law. There should be agreement between the policy and the law because you accepted the policy as is. Correct? Why there's discrepancies between the policy that we have here and what is actually written in the bill? For instance, in case I say a lie, read the first page of this thing. In the Virgin Islands, as in other territories, a comprehensive and inclusive approach to managing Crown land is relevant. This is because of a very intense competition for this limited resource. This policy governs the administration, management, development, and use of all Crown land for all current purposes and focuses on strengthening the transparent administration and management of Crown lands, including disposal of the same. This policy does not address matters concerning private lands. In addition, this policy does not address Wicombski lands. So, if the policy left out Wicombski land, how can the law turn around and say, a policy that you have accepted, turn around and say that it refers to all lands? Then something is wrong. Something is missing a foot. And if you include Wicombski land in this, and you look, for instance, at there's a period in here that they give you for the land. Let's say it is, what section it is? 55, yeah. 30, subsection 3. Wicombski land is commercial land, so they put under commercial section. The term of lease for Crown land for commercial use or development shall be a period no less than 55 and no more than 99. So somebody at Wicombski go, they build property, they build up a business up there, put their own money in, and then in 99 years, because obviously you don't build for yourself, you build for your family. You want whatever you have to pass on to your children and your grandchildren. And then now you gotta go deal with a board that will take your land and your property away from you. You understand what will happen with Wicombski? And the argument can be made that the same connection that Antigua have to land and South Island have to land, Wicombski have that history. Because of the struggle that people went through for that land. And we have to be careful. You see that history? You see that culture of a country that we've been playing with that we don't want to hear anybody talk about? It's important. It is important because life in the Virgin Islands is different from life many other places. When I was living in England for the time I was there studying, I didn't know my neighbor didn't know me. I didn't know them and they didn't know me. It's a different life. And so we got people who have a different cultural dispensation, pushing things on us that can change our society. And we got to stand up. I know we have a COI over our heads. I know. But one like me, when they're harassing me, so if I went in a chair, I'd say, if I think I better take it, then go with it. Go with it. But you wouldn't be using me to come to the house to bring these things to affect my own people, and you get in the back to say to one you who do it, to you who do it. Nobody using me like so. Because some of these things that are coming here, we know that they're not in the best interest of our people. And we got to stand up, Madam Speaker, for some of the things. When you go, Madam Speaker, now you look at Section 22, Ministry responsible for Crown lands. And you go to subsection 3, and you look at 3B. I would be interested in hearing how this one is. Initiating a land acquisition program if adequate lands are not available. Explain that to me. Initiate a land acquisition program. They either have land or they don't have. So it's people land I want to take? That's how I interpret it. Are we trying to say we're using eminent domain to get people land? I really want to hear in the committee stage what that means. Initiating a land acquisition program if adequate lands are not available. So if adequate lands are not available, and you're not reclaiming land like we did on Wikomski, where the land gonna come from? Is people land you want to take up? You understand the trouble you're gonna have in here? You had an old man at the time, Madam Speaker. He have some land next to some land I have. And he was excavating the land, taking out the dirt. I had a little thing I wanted to do on my piece of land. And I said, well, you could give me some of that dirt you have over there? I think I'm doing you a favor. Then the man tell me, he said, you know that dirt is land? He didn't give me the dirt, you know. He said, you know that dirt is land? And that is the truth. Dirt is land. So you're going to acquire people land? And then G, seeking out appropriate lands for acquisition based on requirements. Wait, what does that mean? Seeking out appropriate lands. So Skelton got a nice piece of land up there, and we're going to now sit up here to seek out appropriately. How are we going to get it from him? Is this what does it say? What's going to land? This is very concerning what I'm reading here. I'm laughing, but I'm serious, Madam Speaker. And then you go to 23, establishment of Crown Lands Unit, Acting Premier. There is established a Crown Lands Unit hereinafter, referred to as a unit, which shall be a unit under the Ministry responsible for environment, natural resources, and we need to change that. It just needs to say, should be under the ministry responsible for lands. Because remember, climate, this ministry is a new ministry. You may get a new government that might change the name of the ministry back to natural resources and labor. It just needs to say the ministry responsible for lands. Because the new government could change up the names. You're only going to be there forever. You're on your way out. but you're born to die, right? 24, Madam Speaker. Chief Lands Officer and other staff of the unit. The minister shall designate a fit and proper person to be the Chief Lands Officer of the unit, and such other staff of the unit as assigned for the efficient functioning, management, and operation of the unit. That's the standard now? Madam Speaker? The minister, this is a board that you're setting up with its own legal personality. It would operate like how Port Authority operates. It operates the same way as how Electricity Corporation operates. It may not have a brick and mortar building, but it's still a statutory board. The minister can't designate a person to be the Chief Lands Officer. He doesn't have that authority. Once the board is formed, the board is run by the members of the board. And then they go through the ordinary process of interviewing persons, and the successful applicant wins. Maybe if you want to say that the person could be appointed with the approval of the minister, but the process must be allowed to go on. First, the minister just can't go out there and pick up one of his political cronies and say, I designate you as the person responsible for lands, as the Chief Lands Officer. That can't be what we want to do in this country now. So let us, Madam Speaker, make sure that we fix that. I raised the issue in 26 already about this issue of land for market value. We need to address that, because again, it's not consistent with what we're trying to do in terms of affordable land. Because if we go based on the market value, then, Madam Speaker, we won't be able to give anybody land. And then when I was reading this, I said to myself, well, look at how the government bad-minded. The Thomases saying that they want X amount for their land based on market value at the horse track. I read the report that the government commissioned themselves to do a valuation on the property. The people are asking for far less than the market value in the government own report. You don't want to pay them for the market value of the property, but now you want to sell government property to poor people at market value. If that is not a bad-minded government, I don't know what is. We can't sell it to market value to people, or people won't be able to buy anything. So we have to make sure that we fix this. And that is why it's important that the minister is not left out of the process. Because the amount of people that need housing in this place, we can't leave that to a board. That cannot be the responsibility of a board. We have to fight. We got to do some serious work, surgical work in this thing here. We can't throw them people at the mercy of a board who don't have to come back to them every 4 years. They don't have any, what's the incentive for them to make sure that they help as many persons as they can? And then you have people with law, construction, real estate, a set of bright people. And you know when you're bright, you don't study nothing else. You're just bright and you ain't looked at the rest of the whole thing. And then you turn around, you can't help the people who need help the most. So we have to figure out a way to keep the persons who are duly elected as part of the process to make sure that people are taken care of. Then you go to 27. Grant and disposition of Crown lands for specific purposes. And you have the purposes there. Residential use, agricultural use, commercial use, and seabed development and reclamation. And then 27.3 says, for the purposes of this act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for the grant of disposition of Crown land. Now we know that can't fly. But how does this find itself? And it raises a question in my mind. As to who is pushing this agenda. This agenda is getting pushed from somewhere else. I don't know if Mr. Acting Premier, I don't know if you would have want, this is what you want? Look up at me, man. I live in your constituency. And I have some votes in my house. You got to look up at me. I control them votes. This is what you want? For belongers, for non-belongers to be able to be eligible for Virgin Islands land? This is what the cabinet allowed to come, even if you didn't get a chance to read the whole document. When you're talking about land, from the time you breeze through that and you see that you're supposed to done fix that long time, you can't come up here, so. That's a problem. That's a problem. Now, if you're dealing, Madam Speaker, if you go across to 29, where it starts to flesh out the use of the land for eligibility and allocation of Crown lands for residential purposes. It says 29.1, a person shall be eligible to apply for a grant or disposition of Crown land for residential purposes if XYZ. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to say something very simple, but I mean it. Look at A. Is a belonger or Virgin Islander. You see how that is written? Do not sleep on these simple things. Is a belonger or a Virgin Islander. It is Virgin Islands land, people land. But they're naming first in the sentence. Shouldn't it be Virgin Islander or belonger? Since it's Virgin Islands people land? You see them simple little subtle little things there that you're not paying attention to? We are dealing with some people who mash up the whole wall. do all kind of thing. Be careful. Be careful. That's like walking in an airport and people who are from here getting treated better than you. You in the line there standing up and they keep calling them, and you home and you can't get in line. This is what a sentence means. Pay attention. It says a belanger or Virgin is age 18 years old and has not previously received an allocation of residential crown land. I think you should add a D that you do not currently own land. And again, in your policy, where there's inconsistency, the policy says so. If you own land already, you should not be considered for residential land from government because you already have land. So we need to add a D to that in that section. Then it says the unit shall, under 29.4, the unit shall develop a range of approaches and options for making land available to residential users, including providing sustainable housing under the first-time ownership program, which shall be established to provide affordable lands for belongers with subsidized prices. You're now going into the area of housing. Is that really the mandate of the board? To deal with housing? As stated before, Madam Speaker, we need a housing authority in this country. We have so many problems with housing. There needs to be a housing authority in the country that has a mandate to deal with those issues of first-time ownership, deal with the issues where people could at least, you could build some apartment buildings. In the same report we read there, we have a limited supply of land. Everybody will not get land. We got to deal with that realization. Everybody will not get land. And you have more and more land getting tied up in disputes. And when the first set of people die off, who are immediately entitled, the next set, all kind of trouble, all kind of confusion. You see all them pieces of land up there? The land was still up there till Jesus come. And not even a family member will take out a little piece and put on a house. Because the land will be there sitting down all the time. Nobody ain't doing nothing with it. You think you're entitled? You go there and put up a little house up there. You see the dead them raised from where they come from. And I ask you what it is you're doing up there on that piece of land. So we need a housing authority to really look at the issue because you have a limited space. You might be able to have 3 acres, 2 acres. You invest and develop apartment complexes for younger people that they can buy into it. Because you have a limited amount of land, but it needs specific focus. It needs specific focus. So I'm suggesting that a housing authority is put in place in the country. But you can't give the same board who is responsible for land this responsibility for housing. That's not their responsibility. I think it's a mistake we are making by doing that. Now, in relation to Crown lands, I can understand where you will involve Crown land for commercial use. I can see where non-belongers can be considered here, but certainly not for residential use. And I think we need to make that very clear, make that correction under the use for residential purposes, that it's for belongers, be Virgin Islanders or belongers, only under residential purposes for the use of land. And then, of course, under commercial and agriculture, you can have belongers and non-belongers, of course, with certain provisos there. I mentioned, Madam Speaker, under 33, my concern with Wikamski and the fact that I believe that should be extricated, Madam Speaker, from there. 31.4, a lease for agricultural purposes may be for a period up to 5 years, with the option to renew providing that the conditions for the same use of the land are met. I'm concerned about that. We have to talk about it in committee stage. Because we have a number of persons who have been up there for a long time, who have been farming, and you can't tell me that after 5 years a board could just tell them, get off the land and go. we can't do that to our farmers, and I certainly wouldn't be in this House of Assembly and allow us to do something like that. So those farmers who are there now, there needs to be a different standard applied to them for the work that they have done in those lands, Madam Speaker. (32), 5, and 6. Allocation of Crown lands for seabed development and reclamation. And this fit into my theory that, Madam Speaker, that government becoming more and more bad-minded. We weren't like so, you know. We weren't like that. We used to be more helpful to people. The government is becoming worthless, and all these laws coming down making us more worthless. Look at 32. Look at 32.5. All lands formed by seabed development and reclamation shall be deemed to be Crown lands, and the full legal and beneficial ownership shall vest in the Crown absolutely. Then look at 6. All seabed development and reclamation under this section shall, once approved, be at the expense of the developer. So I must take my money, reclaim the land, and the reclamation is not cheap. And then when I done reclaim the land, you turn around and put me off the land, and I gone with nothing. Madam Speaker, that ain't worthlessness. Madam Speaker, what you said, Madam Speaker?
Worthless.
Oh, that's not.
Let's mind it.
That's unparliamentary.
No, it's not.
Okay. So what do, Madam Speaker? So you don't like that word?
We can use another term.
Okay. My vocabulary is limited, so you have to work with me, Madam Speaker. I'm very sorry. Honorable Fraser is giving me bad-mindedness. I'll use that one. That works for you, Madam Speaker?
It works.
Okay, good. But that's bad-mindedness. How can we do that to people? Give me permission, yes, to reclaim the land. I go, I do my bulkheading, I do all kind of things, I buy dirt, I do all kind of things. And the land becomes yours absolutely. Somebody see something wrong with that? There must be some equation somewhere where the person gets back something for what they put into the land. We can't be doing things like that. And I don't see anybody with half a brain that want to do reclamation, even in the areas of tourism and other places. Which investor can come and do this? You're stymieing your own economy by doing this foolishness? Because nobody with half a brain can do that. So we have to be very careful, Madam Speaker, with what it is we're doing. Then you go to 33, infrastructure development. The ministry responsible for Crown lands shall ensure that necessary action is taken in relation to providing proper road infrastructure for access to Crown lands, and installation of utilities are installed before such lands are disposed. If you know you don't want to give anybody land, just say you ain't giving them none. Because you know that you ain't going to put in infrastructure, you ain't going to put in nothing. We can't even get a couple potholes filled. And you're going to tell me before you could dispose of the land to a poor person who wants a house, the infrastructure, the government will put in the infrastructure in. You got people right now in this country, Madam Speaker, who begging government and electricity corporation to plant a pole close to my land. So at least I can get a little wire there to run across to get a little light in my house. Not even that you can get them to do. They come with some big figure, $25,000, I want a transformer, I want all kind of thing. And now them telling you, they think we're retarded. They come tell you now that we're not going to dispose of no land until we don't put all these things in there. Jesus gonna come and them things gonna be in. So nobody get no land. So what it is we're doing? I understand, Madam Speaker, that what we're trying to do, you have to put it on some good, the whole issue of land ownership on good footing. I understand that, and I support that. But, Madam Speaker, it has to be done with much common sense. And so we have to really do some surgical work, Madam Speaker, on this bill to make sure that it works for the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. And again, I reiterate what was said by some of my colleagues before, including the member for the 4th, that you extricate those areas that have historical context, including, Madam Speaker, Wickhamski development. I look forward to the very good private debate that should happen in the committee stage, Madam Speaker. And I thank you very much for the chance to say a few words on this bill.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, I now recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, too, rise to make a contribution to conversation around this Virgin Islands Crown Lands Management Bill. And I think we can see that consensus is building, and I certainly would like to lend my voice that alternate names should be considered, and even simply Virgin Islands Lands Management Bill might in fact be the most appropriate. Now, Madam Speaker, I may be a bit of a broken record when I debate on weighty matters such as this. The timing for why some of these matters have come before us, some of it has to do with the Commission of Inquiry. But I always prefer to look at it in the bigger picture related to our march toward becoming an autonomous country and putting in place processes, standards, legislation to ensure that we can thrive and to ensure that the persons who call these Virgin Islands their home can feel confident in every aspect of government. Madam Speaker, we must build this country law by law, policy by policy, industry by industry, service by service to get where we are going. The bill was brought to the House by the acting Premier on behalf of the Premier. But as we well know that while the processes would have gone on to get it here, and I got to commend the member for the 6th, because among the various things he spoke about, some of which I agree, not everyone, but he made a very good point with respect to process and structure as far as the development of these bills and how they get here. I would even go as far to say that that structure, even in terms of ensuring all on the government side, be included in that development as well. I know that there were some time pressures, Madam Speaker, with respect to the current timelines for COI, but we must ensure that the process has sufficient time and space. And this doesn't apply to this government only, but goes beyond, to ensure that there is enough time and space to ensure proper participation before a bill reaches to this stage. And of course, with this particular legislation, there has been much said about greater participation. And I agree that we must try to do more. But Madam Speaker, I will not stand here and for 1 second suggest that great effort was not made in trying to ensure participation. I know that there were public meetings held in each district in the territory, and I'm sure that I am no more than any of the other members, so that when it came to the first district, I made sure that it was on the chat. I made sure that members were aware and the importance of this bill as far as the territory is concerned. I would even have suggested to them certain aspects that might be somewhat provocative that they may want to make sure that they are there to weigh in on. And I'm sure all the other members would have done the same. Because it is important. It is important that we get that kind of input for matters that will be recurring and impacting on us, not just in our time, but in generations to come. I was glad to hear, Madam Speaker, the debate from various members who pointed out individuals, perhaps even since this debate began, about their concerns. Most of them would have said to them as having received them recently. But I'm glad, because feedback is still important. The bill is not yet passed. We have not yet even gone into committee stage. So even if at the last moment, Madam Speaker, a citizen has a concern, an input they want to make, bring it up to tonight. Until that bill is passed, and when it's in committee, any input that you give, someone on this floor can still raise that point as a point to be considered. We know full well how dear land is to the Virgin Islanders, and a lot of what we are speaking here of Crown land, but of course there's private land, and private land itself has an even more special place. But Crown land belongs to us collectively, and according to local historians, that much of what has become Crown land, because initially all land in the Virgin Islands was private, owned by planters, from one end of the island to the next. Many of us know full well that I think 18th century map that points out all the estates throughout the territory, and every piece was taken, which was the same as in many other countries. I could remember reading about land in Antigua, and every estate that you couldn't escape, because there was no place to escape to. You escape off one man's property, you're gone on the next man's property. But what has happened in the subsequent to post-emancipation and the desertion, if you will, of those who had held property in the territory, and the imposition of taxes, with the land not being productive, the lands were slowly being lost because of failure to pay taxes. Sometimes people were not even around. And many forward-seeking Virgin Islanders, Madam Speaker, the ancestors of those of us here present, had the foresight to try to scrabble up whatever they could when these lands were on auction to purchase various pieces of land. And we see it all across the territory now. So given this Crown land that belongs to us collectively, Madam Speaker, it is important, not for the sake of any COI or any other such outside body, if you will. It is important for us as a people to ensure that it is managed properly, that acquisitions are made, it is disposed in a proper manner, and this is what this bill is seeking to do. And I'm glad, Madam Speaker, in spite of the criticisms about the bill, I think that we are all agreed that it's a timely bill that we must address now. Madam Speaker, I'm still proud to say I'm a part of this government, because there are a number of things where the can has been kicked down and down the road, And this fifth of House of Assembly, led by the Virginians Party government, is the one who put their foot up and said, no, the can has to stop here. I'm so glad, Madam Speaker, that we have the assistance of the Her Majesty's loyal opposition in making sure that as we stop the can, they are here to ensure that the best possible outcome. You don't just want to stop the can, a good cousin over there. Madam Speaker, I want to know that the can is properly stopped. And that's why this House, with its wide resources on both sides of the aisle, is so important and so timely to stop many of the cans that have been kicked down the road, maybe, Madam Speaker, even by some of the same members who are here helping us to stop it now. Madam Speaker, the bill recognizes that the Crown land is not only terrestrial, but is also marine. Much has not been said about that, Madam Speaker. But when we think of our economy in the Virgin Islands, or economy as it relates to tourism, or economy as it relates to fishing, economy, Madam Speaker, relates so much to the marine side, that we must be ultra careful and ensure that proper processes are made when it comes to the use and disposal of those spaces as well. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands is varied in many ways. If you go from one end of the territory to the other, you're going to find some districts, Madam Speaker, that have lots of Crown land, and then you're going to find some areas that have very little. I think it is important, Madam Speaker, and much has been said as to where the decision-making should be made with respect to lands in various parts of the territory. There have been some matters that have been under discussion for many years. Other members pointed out the presence of a good friend of mine for many years, representing the island of Anegada, and I'm glad that he is here. And I really, Madam Speaker, would love to know that even on matters like this, I'm so glad we have the television and those things to keep people there. But I'd love to see people come in here in the House. Madam Speaker, might even put a little more pressure on us to help that the people were not seen as abstract, but really present here with us. I do believe, Madam Speaker, that as we conclude what would be in this bill, we must ensure that the work already done, progress already made, even, Madam Speaker, by some of those who might have helped to frame this document, that is taken into account in a proper way, whether it is that it is, as has been suggested, excluded from this piece of legislation, or very clearly stated as to how it will be used going forward. Madam Speaker, I think that we must take those into account. And I believe, Madam Speaker, the suggestion with respect to the establishment of advisory panels is a good provision in this legislation. We must determine where and how it should be used, but I believe that we are not making a law only for this moment, but for going forward. And there may be times in the future when we would say that if a decision is going to be made related to some particular Crown land or land to be acquired for the Crown. And yes, the member spoke about whether or not we would be acquiring land. Forward-thinking leaders of the Virgin Islands have been acquiring land for years. And we did not necessarily go and grab it from the leader of opposition or his family. No, the government had a program and a plan. We need to buy land for whether agriculture purposes, whether residential purposes, and we go out on the market and see who has land available and acquire it for those purposes. And this piece of legislation still allows us to do this, to be able to, in the interest of the current generation and future generations, if land becomes available. We know full well, Madam Speaker, that you have families that have large tracts of land. And sometimes they may make the decision that, first of all, sometimes those persons are not even resident here in the Virgin Islands. And they may make a decision rather than perhaps even go through the process of selling it out to small landholders. If the government has a program that is expected to the benefit of the people, then that land should be acquired. They're willing to sell that land to the custodials of all the people, the government, Madam Speaker. And I commend those families who in the past have made land available to us and to former governments for noble purposes. Madam Speaker, I would emphasize again that the interests of families in those local areas, as well as the interests of all Virgin Islanders, the wider territory, must be balanced in making those decisions. Because special insight has been gained and special insight is needed with respect to particular areas in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the bill establishes the Crown Land Unit. And the Crown Land I will take it, I will continue. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I got cut like freezing.
Let's just take a brief recess.
Oh, you said testing, testing?
He wasn't discussing. Nah, it can't be like that. She gets up before she.
This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable Dawson, apologies. You can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the interest of the objects of this bill, Clause 5 establishes the Crown Lands Management Board, which, Madam Speaker, is in place to 51A states that the first purpose there is to make recommendations to the Cabinet on the grant and disposition of available Crown lands to eligible persons, to make recommendations to Cabinet. I point that out, Madam Speaker, because while there may be things to be fixed concerning the bill, that the board itself is not left out there as a totally independent body, that it has a reporting mechanism to which their deliberations must go. Also, Madam Speaker, under the Act, there is established the Crown Lands Unit. That unit is established under the ministry, Madam Speaker. And I think we would need to be clearer, for instance, to be sure that if this unit serves as the secretariat to the board, which though not explicitly stated appears to be, but it is an organization of the ministry, not necessarily the board. So, Madam Speaker, I think attempts have been made to ensure that structures are in place to ensure that the right information comes before the board as they deliberate and make recommendations. Madam Speaker, I do again agree with the need for clearer wording as far as the role of the minister in giving not only general but specific directions. Why I say that, Madam Speaker, is because what is being dealt with here as far as Crown lands, the use of Crown lands will fit into many of the programs of the government. Some of the programs, Madam Speaker, may relate, as it's stated in the bill, residential. Government may want to pursue a housing program, maybe for first-time homeowners. If this is a part of the government's stated platform, then the minister must have that leeway to give instructions that the board must move in that direction. Similarly, Madam Speaker, if in agriculture there is the desire of the government that a certain percentage of acreage in the territory be committed to the use of agriculture, then the minister must be able to direct that to the board. The board would help to monitor in the proposal, would help to ensure a level of process and transparency in how it is done. But as far as setting the agenda for how the Crown lands of the Virgin Islands should be used, we must ensure that this bill is clear, that that responsibility lies with Cabinet, lies with the House of Assembly at some level. Madam Speaker, there are other little things to clean up in the bill that I'm sure that we will get done at the committee stage. For instance, the number of members, 11, and we know that there are 3 members on there that are there by virtue of their office, and if it is that it is intended that they be non-voting members, that needs to be made clear. And if it is, then we now need to say what's the minimum number of other members, because those other members Now we have to make sure that there are enough members to ensure that the non-governmental members are always in the majority. Madam Speaker, a number of speakers previously spoke a lot about the question of land being valued under 26(2)(5). Madam Speaker, personally, I have no problem with that recommendation or that provision, that as a starting point, as a base point, that we should know the value of the land. Now, as I just mentioned, that land may be utilized for various programs. If it is a residential program, then the question of that valuation may not be bearing on what it is disposed of to the persons who may necessarily benefit from it. If it's an agricultural program, it may be similar. If it's a commercial program, it may then be a different story. But I believe that at a base point, we should know the value of the land that is being disposed. We must know that this bill, its aim is to ensure that it is transparently managed. We acquire lands when we need to acquire. We monitor the use of those lands that have been given for Crown land purposes under whatever the program may be, and that there must be a clear process for the disposal of those lands. Madam Speaker, I am sure that there is still going to be a great deal of passion with respect to this conversation, because land always seems to draw that out of us. But in the midst of it, Madam Speaker, we must come up with a system and a process in which the ordinary person can feel confident. They can feel that if they are eligible for Crown land under one program or the next, they must feel that they have a fighting chance to get something regardless of what their last name may be. That if it is their right, that they must have that fighting chance. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that this bill intends to structure and run things in a way that we can collectively be satisfied that this Crown land entrusted to all of us is properly used, is properly and strategically added to through acquisition, and properly disposed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said regarding the bill that is before us, and I just want to lend my voice to some of the points raised. Generally in support of the bill, as I believe that we all have to acknowledge the fact that the necessity of addressing concerns related to the dissemination of Crown lands is integral to our advancement as a people, and thus the reality of taking a forward-thinking approach, void of any recommendations that may have supported such a position. I believe that we all are knowledgeable and we all are very invested in ensuring that the lands of the Virgin Islands are in a position to be acquired by Virgin Islanders through a fair and transparent process. Madam Speaker, I take notice of the number of recommendations made by members in relation to how we could shore up the bill, and whether personal or political. I think we can stand on the basis on this particular topic that we want to ensure that we get it right so that the people will ultimately benefit from the decisions that we make here today. Madam Speaker, I want to say that lands are very important to the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, given our history, we understand why. And I think that the reality of us addressing this process could only be to the benefit of the people. Persons would have different nuances in relation to how they feel the process may have been previously handled. And I think we have an opportunity to create balance and to ensure that we have a very structured process where everyone understands, where everyone is knowledgeable of the ins and outs, where everyone has the right expectations because it's in black and white, and we can monitor and evaluate it just based on the reality that, you know, we have agreed upon a system and a structure that ultimately would create satisfaction in terms of the process and the balance that the process affords applicants. So, Madam Speaker, I want to state that I believe, of course, we know that we want to make sure that the primary goal of this bill is to ensure that it benefits our citizens. While we understand that there may be external entities or special interests that would want to have a role and a part to play in the possession of these lands, ideally the government must ensure that any policy, any law is to the benefit of its citizens and its people so that they can develop themselves and develop the economy by extension through their efforts, depending on which the means of use of the land. I want to say that I believe that some of my colleagues have spoken to some of the specificities regarding, for example, Anegada lands as well as Salt Island and any additional areas that would have been highlighted and flagged. And I think we have to be very careful to understand that given the history, persons are very invested, persons are very knowledgeable, and persons refuse to be disregarded in the process. And I think we've received advocacy from a number of persons in writing and verbally that suggests that they are listening and that they demand a role in this process. And I think many persons would have already advocated for some of the points that they would have translated to us in support of making amendments to certain areas that they believe to be beneficial to the overall process. Madam Speaker, I believe when we consider the reality of creating a framework, the benefits of it speak volumes, but it also creates an opportunity to prevent misuse, to make sure that fairness is there, and to really maintain the integrity in all the transactions that pertain to lands. We hear the word transparency a lot, but I believe ideally it is important and it is key because systematically we get an opportunity to create a level of openness to build trust that ultimately allows persons to want to participate in the process in the first place. One of the things I've heard from persons is that basically it makes no sense to apply for Crown lands because you never hear back anything, or they don't believe that they will even be considered. And I think when you create a framework and a process and a system, it ultimately allows persons to build that trust in the process that says, I'm going to have a fair chance and a fair opportunity and a fair shot at being considered, first and foremost, and ultimately potentially being able to acquire lands to the benefit of their own endeavors. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about the potential for ensuring that land is available for government initiatives that really speak to the social landscape of our territory. We've spoken about the reality of ensuring that persons are able to own homes and land to build homes, and that the cost of that be relative to, persons' ability to actually afford it. And of course, we speak about areas even related to the development of, as an example, education, sports, youth, healthcare, and how do you ensure that you create opportunity for development through ensuring that adequate land is available to be able to even pursue these initiatives, which I know in some instances has been a hindrance just because of the reality of not having identified land space to consider potential development. Madam Speaker, there's a reality that in terms of the affordable land and home ownership, which is a part of the objects and reasons that Virgin Islanders historically have been able to benefit from this process just because of the affordability of it. I know there's a lot of discussion surrounding whether that is fair and whether it is proper given certain realities of market value, but I think the reality is that as a government, we have a responsibility to the people that we serve to ensure that we create access to affordable land and home ownership. But of course, we do it within a defined structure that allows persons to credibly and adequately at least have an opportunity to access. Madam Speaker, I want to wrap up by really supporting some of the points that has been raised by members. I think when you really consider who the beneficiary of this bill is, it then provokes us to be understanding about the work that we have to do in committee. I want to even state that I support some of what has been said in relation to the naming of the bill, and even in relation to the process of getting the bill here to ensure that the bill is ours. All 13 of us would have been elected, and while some of us have the privilege of serving in cabinet, of course, we have certain realities that we are facing and fighting, and however, I believe there's room for improvement of the process to be able to ensure that we have the best bill possible when we get to the House. Of course, it still allows for the democratic process of debating right here among members, but I think the reality is that we should put our best work out into the public, and that really means consultation. I know some discussions have taken place around that, but of course, I do support and I acknowledge the efforts of the Premier and the team in the ministry who would have gone out and done public consultation of the bill. I think we have to get a bit more creative in terms of how we consult, because persons aren't necessarily going to just come out to a public meeting and have discussions. I think we have to, use social media, use technology to be able to gather insights, and there are mechanisms and there are ways to do it, not just through surveys, which could be very redundant. Persons don't necessarily want to engage, but I think we have to allow even use some of the expertise of some of our persons who have capacity in terms of marketing and those sort of things, to see how we could really engage the population in a meaningful way so that their insights could be a part of the discussion and a part of the bill as we move forward. I think it's important to do it. But I do accept that efforts have been made. I just believe that we have to wholeheartedly be a bit more creative in terms of how we deal with all bills, especially the ones that we know touch the depth and the breadth of our people, and one that they have significant interest in. It only assists us in the development. The more eyes that see it, the more hands that touch it, ultimately make it a better bill, and we have to ensure that we do more to be able to move the territory forward in that way. Madam Speaker, I just want to acknowledge as well the reality of the invitation by yourself and the team for students to be a part of the House of Assembly in terms of coming in and actually seeing these debates live and in action. I think it really lends credibility to the lessons that they're learning in school. And while they, at this point, may not have a vote, the more informed they are at this point in their journey, it ultimately speaks to the type of citizens that they will become, having engaged with the process. And I based on the discussions with the teacher, I know that some of the points raised, even through the debate, have been poignant to some of the students who are currently doing projects in some of the areas. And so I want to commend you and the team as minister responsible for schools for really embracing the teachers and the principals who have reached out to ensure that they too can be a part of the process as well. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, at this time we'll take the lunch recess and return at 2:30 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, we will continue the debate. Are there any other members? Yes, I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first I want to just acknowledge the presence of the Premier as he has returned, and I had the privilege of bringing this Crown Lands Management Bill for the second reading to this Honorable House. And Madam Speaker, though a lot of the points were posed to me, I must note that this is the Premier's bill and he will do the wrap-up. So I'm happy for this opportunity. I'm now the Minister and not the acting Premier. So I just want to acknowledge him for that opportunity. And Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, that this bill is so important to us. All members of this House, we all decided that we would debate this bill as we did. So it was a bit unfortunate listening to members speak about how much members of government was in this House and how many were out gallivanting. But Madam Speaker, that is the process of these bills. They come to the House, members debate them. Many a times you have more government or more opposition, but you have a quorum, and with that quorum you continue with the process and you debate the bills. We all were elected by the people, and at this point we must be able to speak to the people based on the contents of these bills. We heard various members speak about, the cabinet process and inquiring if members took the time to actually read the bill and go through the bill. Madam Speaker, some of those same members were in the same cabinet when we did the same thing, but clearly they quickly forgot how the process works. But Madam Speaker, we are here to represent the people. And though it's unfortunate that when the curtains open and the cameras are turned on, we say certain things because it sounds good for the listening public, or we may think. Madam Speaker, what I would ask of us as members is to be a bit responsible in some of the things that we say to the public, because the public may feel that what we are saying is all gospel at times. But Madam Speaker, again, I'll say that we should be responsible in what we say in this Honorable House, because when it leaves, it may sound just like what it is unless somebody come back and say something about it. Well, Madam Speaker, we're here to debate this Crown Lands Bill, and like I mentioned when I presented the bill, three things are most important to people, as a member stated. That's God first, land, and family. Land is that important to many of us, and we should protect it. We should do the right things when it comes to land. And that is why we are here as the junior minister, as the Minister for Health mentioned. These cans has been kicked down the road for quite some time, but we are here. And it's unfortunate that it had to take somebody else to tell us that we need to bring these bills forward. Members understand the importance of what is happening with our timelines and the Commission of Inquiry and so forth. I heard a member say, let them go with it. Those are things being said now because we are going through the process. I'm sure if they had taken it, we wouldn't be saying the same thing at that time. But I must acknowledge, what took place with the unity government to get us to this point where we all agree that we will put these reforms in place. I mean, some members might have forgotten the commitment that they made at the time, but nonetheless, we continue to carry on. And this is just another deadline that we are trying to meet. Not to say that we are doing it in a manner where it's not going to be beneficial to the general public or to our people, but this is the process of the House. We do our consultation, we get the document, you take it to the drafting, cabinet approves, you come, you do the first reading, you give the public the opportunity to lend their voice, lend their concerns. And this bill, we know it have quite a lot of concerns, but this is not the first bill that has come to this House where we had to go and do surgery on the bill, dissect the bill, make changes to the bill. We just had a bill where we had 4, 5, 6 different sittings in the committee stage where we are working to get the bills addressed in a manner that would be pleasing to us as a people. This is no different. And we will continue that process. And this process gives the members of the House of Assembly the ability to lend their voices to the bill. I mean, there will be criticism as we expect that. We're in a democracy and, we'll see it from various perspectives. But when we come here, we shouldn't just seem like as if because a government member is not here or another one is not here, we need to speak about it and say that we are not serious. Madam Speaker, we are here to represent the people. And though we have different responsibilities, we know the House is of utmost importance. And, Madam Speaker, all the talk that has been said even about who was here present, there are times when members go on bad on the bill. And when it comes to the committee stage, you don't even see them sometimes. They spend 1 hour, they spend 2 hours, and you don't even see them. But the camera is on, so they feel good saying these things to the public. Madam Speaker, the Crown Lands Management Bill 2024. Like I said, there are quite a lot of things in there. Members spoke about delineating the ancestral lands and, even speaking about the Wickham-Ski lands. Madam Speaker, I do support that because these are very important historical lands with history behind of them. And I will support the fact that we need to do something in terms of how you differentiate between the Salt Island lands, the Anegada lands, the Wickham-Ski lands, all those lands, that members have said should be separate from this bill. Madam Speaker, those are things we would go through in the committee stage as we speak about how you bring that balance to those lands. Madam Speaker, as I go through the bill, I know we spoke about, members elucidated the bill to the highest degree, and I will just be quickly go through some of the points that were spoken about. In terms of, we have the makeup of the board. I think we are now adopting a standard where the boards are configured, where the leader of the opposition has a nomination and so forth. And I think we should adopt that when we are going through the membership of the board. Madam Speaker, it speaks to section 12 of the bill, publications of names of members. And I too agree that it should go more than just the Gazette, and it should be advertised on the government website and various social media forums. So I do agree with the member for that. And there'll be things that I agree and I disagree with the members, but I think that is what we do here in this honorable house when the information is spoken about. And Madam Speaker, that is something that we usually do here. So I do agree with that section. I heard also, Madam Speaker, where a member spoke about in section 22, 22.3, I think it is, 22.3F, where a member was speaking about the strategic land acquisition to meet our public needs. Madam Speaker, in that section of the bill, you know, I think about the Spooner's land, and those are lands that the government purchased. Not to say, you know, persons reach out to people and say that they have this mass of land where they can sell. But Madam Speaker, that aspect where you can get those lands, there's already a law for that. What is the law? The Land Acquisition Act. There's an act for that where you can go and purchase land here in the territory. Madam Speaker, I know we've spoken quite a lot about who can get land. And in that section, it speaks to section 27.3, where it speaks to non-belongers applying for the sale of Crown land. I know when I read the reasons, that was initially said that there would be a rewarding of that, because there's a separation in that, where right now we have non-belongers that are able to get access to seabed, and that is the way the law would be revised and written, so that the non-belongers and the belongers are separated in this bill. Madam Speaker, in section 30, you know, it speaks to Crown lands that are suitable for commercial use, and they'll be made available to the leasehold, manage the arrangement at market rates, and may be granted to companies and individuals. Madam Speaker, I know government lands, they're usually at a subsidized rate, so I think that is something that we definitely need to look at and see, or take that out, because obviously we are trying to provide land for people, and having it at market value, it may not be affordable to those first-time landowners or whomever will be able to apply and be able to be granted land. So that is something that needs to be looked at. I know right now on Wickham-Ski, they're trying to review the market rate, and I know it would make it a bit difficult for persons to be able to afford that. So that is something that we'll have to look at when we come to the committee stage, Madam Speaker. In section 31 or 32, it speaks to the allocation of the Crown land. That is where I think a member stated that we are bad-minded. Oh, I think he said whatlessness or something. I can't remember which one he used. Where it speaks to persons, you allow persons to get the land, but then you could revoke it. And let me read it out for the purpose of the listening public. All lands farmed by seabed development and reclamation shall be deemed to be Crown lands, and the full legal and beneficial ownership vests in the Crown, absolutely. And then the seabed development reclamation under this section shall once be approved, be at the expense of the developer. Madam Speaker, I disagree with the member when he said that we're worthless to bring that. And, you know, I reflect on the Sanford story in Antigua and throughout the Caribbean, where, you know, I mean, he did some good things for the island where he developed. I thought he revived the cricket where he did the Sanford 2020. I think he had an airline as well based on his investment, Caribbean Star. Well, Madam Speaker, those things were done based on a Ponzi scheme, right? And you know, he defrauded even, you know, if my grandmother had like him, she nearly even thought about investing in Sanford. Huh? Sanford. But whatever law they had in place, Madam Speaker, wherever he is right now, whatever investment he made in that territory, right now they can reap the benefit of those investments. I think the stadium is still being used and some other things being used. So obviously they had the proper laws in place based on whatever took place. Because even though whatever happened with him, those things could have been chained up and no benefit to the people. So I think this is a good part of this law where he speaks to, you know, it still is vested in the crown. You could go and develop our seabed, but it's still ours. We're just giving you the opportunity to utilize it for some time. And, Madam Speaker, in our Constitution, it speaks to that. In the Constitution, it speaks to, let me get it, protection from deprivation of property. And Madam Speaker, even if the investor invests in the reclamation and something happens, there's a legal obligation to pay. The provision is made by a law. If you take possession of the property, that you must make payment of adequate compensation. So we ain't bad-minded. We ain't worthless. It have the provision there where if an investment is made of that nature, that person will get properly compensated. But I don't want the member to make it seem like we're doing something nefarious in this house and trying to mistreat people. I don't want it to stay out there that is what's happening. And calling, you know, saying that we worthless, that ain't a good word. That ain't a good word. Say we worthless. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in section 33, it speaks to the infrastructural development. And yes, I go back to the Spooner situation, and Madam Speaker, I know Spooners was persons buy land from Spooners. And let me just touch a little bit on some of the things I heard a member spoke about, Madam Speaker, where he talked about the government taking back land from people. Madam Speaker, I talk about being responsible early. Geez, I'm bread the member could have speak about the whole process of why this land was taken back. Some persons get land from 2008, ain't make $1 payment. Then they got a waiting list of people who's sitting waiting with the money, waiting to get land. And Madam Speaker, that is all that took place. Land was revoked, and land was assigned to persons or reassigned to persons. But when members come in the house and just talking one side of the story, people feel like the government ain't gonna have. But then they come in and just talk because it's their time to talk and feel that nobody ain't gonna rebut what they're saying. But then going out there talking foolishness for people to believe that these things are true. But Madam Speaker, I go back to the infrastructure, where it's saying that the ministry responsible should provide proper road infrastructure for access to the Crongland, installation of utilities, and so forth. Madam Speaker, it also says, for the purpose of subsection 1, a person applying for the grant and disposition of Cronglands shall be required to pay a development fee to offset the installation of utilities and for road infrastructure development. Madam Speaker, I don't know now, you're subsidizing the cost of the land, but we're not sure what the cost of this fee might be because it ain't cheap to cut land. So I'm just wondering if maybe that fee should be intertwined into just paying for the land. And how would this fee be derived? Where would it be derived from? Would you go and do an assessment, see what's the cost of the utilities, see what it costs to cut the road, see what it costs to pave the road? That fee might just skyrocket the cost of obtaining this land. So that is something that we need to pay keen attention to in this bill. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to make reference to some of those points as, we go through this bill and we'll go through the committee stage. This is not a new step or a new stage in the way that we dissect these bills. But Madam Speaker, like again, I say we must be responsible to the people. We must be responsible for the things that we are saying because people look to us in this house and they expect that what we are saying is truthful and then they will run with it. We should do a better job in this house. Right now we are basically a bit politically polarized in this territory where if you're not this one, you're that one, and persons feel, a certain way about politics right now. So we should at least try to do the best in terms of helping and educating our people. Members talk about traveling and up and down gallivanting, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, almost every member of this house travel more than one time since this fist fight started. Opposition member and all, that's what included. So when the premier go to SIDS and an opposition member go to CPA, what's the difference? When the opposition go to various conferences, what's the difference? If the premier go to a conference, it's the same money being spent. I remember members in the house talk about the budget for travel and who travel. Everybody traveling. But it's only said that it seemed like the government alone traveling. And again, we should be responsible when we speak to the public, Madam Speaker. But I think we already went through enough of the bill. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for the brief opportunity to speak on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser. No, we're ready for you, Honorable.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm more than happy to follow my favorite member on the other side. And I'm happy to state that none of what he said pertained to me because I haven't spoken yet. Madam Speaker, I too am happy to be able to speak to this bill before us, the Virgin Islands Crown Land Management Bill 2024. And before I start, let me give credit to the members of the opposition who spoke before me, the leader of the opposition who led off the discussion on this matter, the debate, who I thought covered everything. And no one will ever try to outdo him because that would be a monumental task. And there's no need for that. I think he covered the bases and covered them well. All the members in the opposition. My good friend at large member Mater was brief, was short, to the point. Member for the second district, given that he had the opportunity to serve as minister for the subject, had a thorough knowledge of what was missing and should be included. And those are the kind of things that get my friend for the second district a little, from the fifth district a little jumpy over there. And a member for the sixth district, of course, he said some things that only he could say. I dare not repeat, including worthlessness. I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't use that word. But if you're worthless, you're worthless.
Remember, you could speak just a bit more into the mic, please?
Can you hear me?
No, not on this. We can hear now. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Madam Speaker, let me put give this bill some backdrop so that we can get that into context of what we're talking about. From the onset, Madam Speaker, let me state that members have voiced concern about the title of the bill. And I think that any red-blooded Virgin Islander would have difficulty and issues with the title of the bill. It says Crown Lands Management Bill 2024. I struggle to come up with a term that sounds good. Members said it should be called Virgin Islands Lands Management Bill. I toyed with the word Territorial Lands Management Bill, but it doesn't matter to me, Madam Speaker, as long as we change the title. And I hope that the Premier, who is the Minister for the subject, is amenable to doing so, and I trust that he gets the gist as to why we are concerned about the title. And if he hasn't gotten the gist, let me state that there's nothing about these lands that we are talking about that relates to any crown, nor a town. These lands are without question the property of the people of the Virgin Islands. Your grandfather, rest his soul, took us out of Granton Aid. When you get up, you could tell us what year it was he did it. But it's been a long time. And as far as I can recall, we don't get anything from the British. Give you a passport, I guess that's probably the only thing you get from them. So there's no reason for us to have all people believe that the lands that we're talking about belongs to the Crown. I'm sure there are many people who believe that that's the case, but they don't belong to the Crown. Speaking of trying to put a backdrop to this whole debate, Madam Speaker, I want to put something into context. Let me give the backdrop. Madam Speaker, I got a message. I'm sure every member in the House of Assembly got the message, the same message. It says, "Good morning. Interesting indeed. How are the members of the House of Assembly sitting debating to pass a Crown Lands policy? With these issues outstanding that could affect the Anegadians or Anegada people negatively." And I'm wondering to myself, well, what is this? Why would any government sit and debate or pass anything that would affect the people of Anegada negatively? And accompanying that note was a letter, Madam Speaker, addressed to the Premier, Honorable Natalia Wheatley, Premier and Minister of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change. And in one of the paragraphs, or many paragraphs in the letter, but I'm going to read. Paragraph 25, it says, May 1st, 2024. So that's paragraph item 25, I should say. May 1st, 2024. The Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change and the Anegada Land Development Advisory Committee held a WebEx meeting to update the committee on the process of the Anegada applications. During this meeting, it was revealed that the Crown Land Bill had been written and submitted to Cabinet without the input of the Anegada Lands Development Advisory Committee. Now, our proper consultations with Anegadians held as agreed upon during the March 28 meeting on Anegada with Premier Whitley and Dr. Smith-Berkeley. Dr. Smith-Berkeley appeared to be misinformed about the duration of the Anegada Land Development Advisory Committee's extension, June 30th, and the Premier's acknowledgement that the people of Anegada have requested and should have the right to decide their destiny by voting on the membership of the next Anegada Lands Development Advisory Committee members and proceed to set the next election for the ALDAC membership for July 4th, 2024. I thought that July 4th date was sound familiar. But the day after that will be my birthday, so I wouldn't know. And the other paragraph I want to touch on, Madam Speaker, this one doesn't have a number, but down in the body of the letter, there's a paragraph that says, given the gravity of these issues, we strongly advocate for an immediate investigation into the conduct of both PS Dr. Smith-Berkeley and Mrs. Skelton. Their actions not only undermine the ALDAC's endeavor, but also jeopardize the rightful claim of Anegadian residents to their ancestral lands. Furthermore, they provide compelling reasons for the ALDAC to transition into a statutory body elected by an inclusive of Anegadians alone. Mrs. Skelton's persistent disregard for rules and regulations, along with her hostile demeanor towards the ALDAC, and P.S. Smith-Berkeley failure to advise or devise an action plan or timeline for addressing these issues necessitate thorough scrutiny and corrective measures. Madam Speaker, as I stated before, there are several paragraphs to that letter. And I would hope that, as a minimum, the Premier would let us know if, in fact, the concerns of the Anegadians have been addressed based on what's written there, and it's reflected in this bill. Madam Speaker, we're talking about Crown lands, and Tuesday, in the debate, mentions were made about the ability of Virgin Islanders to be able to own land, and how vital the actions of government are to the process in enabling Virgin Islanders to own land. And that's where policies like this and laws like this come in to facilitate those needs. Madam Speaker, I submit to you that the generation just after mine will not do as good as my generation, and a generation after that one will be doing even worse. And people who have been able to access residential property through government have not all done well. Those who have been able to execute most of those who have been able to execute any form of development on those properties have relied upon their ability to build structures that can accommodate rentals. Now, I know there's a policy that these homes are not supposed to have rentals, but you check the properties and you see how many of them have violated that requirement. Had it not been for that, Madam Speaker, many of those lots would have been vacant today. The people that we are talking about, Madam Speaker, who have been able to benefit from Crown land, that opportunity that they have been able to capitalize on to build rentals and get renters is evaporating. And when that opportunity evaporates, the opportunity I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, is to get people to rent. We have been fortunate enough to have people in the territory who does not own any homes, and in order for them to find a place to live, they got to rent property. When that disappears, and it will, there will be lots and lots and lots of land vacant. I can take you down to Seacoast Bay on the Nibs estate. It isn't 50 lots that were distributed. It isn't 100 lots. It's in the hundreds of lots that were distributed, government land, to deserving residents of the territory, deserving citizens that got those lots, and a minute percentage has been developed, a minute percentage. Now, the longer those slots stay vacant, the less likely they are to be developed. I have history, Madam Speaker. I heard one member got up and asked a question, or make the statement that Anegada lands have been an issue for as long as he can remember. Why is it still an issue? Ask me and I'll tell you. I know. One of the reasons is because of politics. Another one is because it's hard. It's not easy. It's not easy. And no government wants to tackle it because it's difficult. So what they're going to do? They're going to form a board. God help the Anegadians. This is not the way to go about doing it. You don't pass these difficult problems on to a board. You signed on to this as a minister. Deal with it. Deal with it. Madam Speaker, another thing I want to say before I really get into the bill, I want to say this. No one, and when I say no one, I mean from staff in the ministry, the staff in the ministry, the parliamentary draftsperson in the Attorney General's chambers, the minister and ministers, no one should be dealing with legislation unless they master the contents of the Constitution, unless they understand that this system of government that we have is a ministerial system of government, and unless they understand that what we have are ministries, not secretariats, and learn the importance of a minister, what the duties of a minister is, and the cabinet, and understand the relationship between the minister and the cabinet. I say that, Madam Speaker, because I'm troubled by what I see in the bill. A total lack of, well, if they have the understanding, then it's a total lack of disregard for the minister. There's no way to circumvent the constitutional responsibility of a minister. I even see us had to fight to get a clause out of a bill that was lifted directly from the Constitution for the minister to put it in the bill for the chief immigration officer. And we had a fight to get it out. It does not belong there. Why was it there? And that's what we're seeing here now. You're going to hear about what's in this bill. How they're asking a decision made by cabinet to be appealed to a tribunal. How do you do that? The cabinet, that's the highest body that you could talk about when it comes to this kind of thing. Anything that's going to be, if you're aggrieved by a decision by the cabinet, only the High Court you can take it to on a matter of law. And the ministers are bringing these things to the House of Assembly, and they will take them back, and they become law. If we don't sit here, those of us who know different, sit here and convince the government that this is wrong. You're the minister. No wonder the British want to take this stuff back from us because they can't handle it. They gave you something and you're not using it properly. With that said, Madam Speaker, with that backdrop, I can try to look at the contents of the bill. Madam Speaker, I heard Tuesday that 33% of Virgin Islands land is strong land. 33%. I guess that's a figure that we all want to live with, 33%. What I'd like to see, Madam Speaker, is for someone to give a breakdown of what portion of that is residential, what portion is commercial, and what portion is agricultural purposes. Just give a breakdown of what those this 33% entails. Madam Speaker, based on what I said a little earlier, Crown lands that have been sold to persons. Remember, the government has a right to put conditions on the sale of these lands, whether you want to call it a covenant or whatever you want to call it. They have a right to do it because it's been given to you or sold to you at a concessionary rate. So they have a right to do that. These lands are sold to people at bargain basement rates. Where can you get a quarter acre of land for $12,000? Where can you get that? So with that, because the objective is to facilitate first-time home ownership for young people. And usually, we will hope that if this is your first home, you will be a young person. So we call it first-time home ownership for young people, just to empower the young people. So there should be some concessions, Madam Speaker. As such concession, there should be a covenant prohibiting the resale of the land. And when I say covenant prohibiting the resale of the land, you got that land because of you. You can't get the land because of you and turn around and sell it to Mary. First of all, you're probably going to sell it at a profit, which was never intended. You're not supposed to benefit like that. Second is that Mary was not vetted for this land. And we don't want you to be using your privileges to your benefit in that manner. So, and those, if you go to the Nottingham estate, Madam Speaker, you will see that that's a covenant because the representative came to this house and fought. We amended the legislation to make sure that people in the Nottingham estate doesn't go on selling their land. So if we don't do that, Madam Speaker, remember, as I stated earlier, their ability to develop the land has become because of the opportunity to rent. We have to train our young people to use their resources wisely. If you get a piece of land, you can't be running around in a car that your friend took to show off to your friends. You need to use that money to develop the land. And this is how this program was designed. This is how this program was intended to work. And if we don't encourage people who we give the land to use their money wisely, the program will fail. In the definition, Madam Speaker, on page 5, where it says Crown lands refer to land owned and managed by the government of the Virgin Islands. You see that? You're telling me that Crown land is land that is owned and managed by the government of the Virgin Islands, but at the same time you're calling it Crown land. Where does the Crown fit in here? So we have the members who argue that the title should change are correct. It says it's owned and managed by the government of the Virgin Islands. Objects of the Act. 3. It says the objects of this Act are to A, ensure that the Crown lands are managed for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. I need a definition for that, Madam Speaker. Who are these people of the Virgin Islands that we're talking about? The people of the Virgin Islands. If you're in a conference someplace in Australia and you use the term people of the Virgin Islands, or even if you somewhere else and you said people of the Virgin Islands, that's okay, because they don't need to know specifically what you're talking about. You said the people of the Virgin Islands. But in this case, where we're talking about something that's specific, something that is there, something that means everything to us. And we said the people of the Virgin Islands. What do you mean? Who are these people? The member for the fourth got up today and she said, clearly, who are the people of South Island? Four families, I believe she missed one. I think it's 5. I think my family might be in there. I'm just saying. Check it. But she knows specifically. We talk about the people of Anegada. There's no question about that. When you make a broad statement like the people of the Virgin Islands, who are these people? The member for 6th District clearly stated that when you're talking about lands, you're talking about Virgin Islanders. So I think that one of the reasons you got the opportunity to make this law is because you are the people of the Virgin, you are Virgin Islanders, and you know that broad terms like this doesn't fit. You have an obligation to fix things like this. People who draft it may not know, but you must know. I am not going to try to sit here and beat you down because it went through cabinet and it got here. No, I'm not going to do that. What I said before, I mean. No one who doesn't understand the Constitution and know our ministerial system of government and all that stuff should have nothing to do with legislation. Should have absolutely nothing to do with legislation. And there's hope, because every member sitting here today and everyone who's listening has the opportunity to catch up on these things. The documents are available to everyone. And there are people who can explain to you what everything means. Objects of the Act continues. E, ensure there are adequate and suitable Crown land for use by government for its administration, operations, and achievement of agreed development objectives in order to meet the needs of the public. My question is, how is this to be achieved? Ensure there are adequate and suitable Crown lands. How is this to be achieved? Does this mean that government must constantly be purchasing? Because land is not infinite. You have X amount of acreage of land already. And you're telling me you must ensure there's adequate land. So are you asking the government right now as a policy to assess the amount of land that they have right now and draw a line and say that we're not going below this? Anyone who wants land from here on in, there's no more available? Or are you saying that government should be constantly purchasing purchasing land to add to what they have now? F, strategically facilitate the lease of Crown lands to private parties to achieve development objectives. How is that possible? How you do that? Strategically facilitate the lease of Crown lands to private parties to achieve development objectives. Strategically facilitate the lease of Crown lands to private parties. I'm trying to understand. Facilitate the lease of Crown land to private parties. Is this something like Wickhamski land? Strategically facilitating the lease of that to private parties? G, facilitate disposal of Crown land if available to eligible Virgin Islanders without the means to otherwise acquire land to facilitate affordable land and home ownership. See, those are the folks, that has always been the objective, trying to help primarily young people to purchase Crown land for home ownership. And that I could agree with. Let me see what 27.3 says about that. Madam Speaker. Yes. For the purpose of this act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for the grant or disposal of Crown land. But then you're telling me in G, facilitate disposal of Crown land if available to eligible Virgin Islanders without the means to otherwise acquire lands to facilitate affordable land. And in another section, you're saying that non-belongers can apply for land. So which one are you going to change? You're going to change 3G, or you're going to change 27.3? To isolate Crown land to Virgin Islanders only? We can't have discrepancies, things that are contradicting each other. Part 2 of the bill, Madam Speaker, establishment of the Crown Lands Management Board. And here I have some issues. Crown Lands Management Board. First issue with the name, the title. It says, 5.1 says, there is established by this act a Crown Lands Management Board, hereinafter referred to as the board, which shall, A, make recommendations to Cabinet. How does the board make recommendations to the Cabinet? The board has to make recommendations to the minister, not Cabinet. I don't know how many people understand how Cabinet works. Cabinet is a body of 5 ministers, chaired by the governor. But nothing is supposed to get. How does the biblical section go? No one cometh to the Father but by me. But by me. You can't get the cabinet unless it goes through the minister takes it there. So what the minister become a glorified messenger here? Minister, take this to cabinet. What am I taking to cabinet? One of the lessons I learned when I went to cabinet and I was complaining about something, the governor said to me, Minister, the paper is yours. Yeah, you go to cabinet. Well, I used to, Madam Speaker, when I became a minister, I used to go into the office and a file would be dropped on your desk, filled with cabinet papers. I had never seen them before. Take it to cabinet, and another minister would ask a question, and you were like, well, the governor said, Minister, the paper is yours. That's not the impression you get when you walk into your ministry. You got files on your desk as a minister, and you see them come for the files. Well, where are you going with those files? The PS1 there. So you go with them. When you get your files, you get photocopies of the files. That's how bad things were. So you have to put an end to these kind of things. So you don't have things like this. This can't work. Make recommendation to cabinet. On the grant and disposition of available crown lands to eligible persons. Where is the minister in all this? Is the minister you're going to make recommendations to, not the cabinet. The minister knows his role. It's a cabinet system of government. The cabinet makes decisions. But it comes through the minister. You're doing this for the minister, not the cabinet. I think one of the most useful functions of the board is to ensure the prohibition of resale of crown land. That's one of the things the board should make sure doesn't happen, the resale of crown land. Once you have been assessed, once you have been awarded, I heard the minister taking exception to someone who may have said that lands were taken back. Well, it goes two ways. The street run both ways. You don't use it, you lose it. Because I'm not going to, if you don't use it, you can't sell it either. That's the second way the street run. But I bet you that whoever took that land back, those lands back, check to see the names. I bet none of them are from their district. Yeah, the minister tell me he's going to take back land. Yeah, they're down in my district. Won't take back the land, won't take back the land. I bet if you go in their district, you don't take back any crown land from the people. I'm not saying anything about, I'm not objecting, to the fact that they had to take the land back because people won't use it or something like that. But go and check the situation of those people. The first step that government took was to assist them on the path to home ownership. That was the first step. And the first step was to make available a piece of land for them. They went to send those letters out threatening, if you don't come up with this $12,000 by June 16th, and you're going to lose, we're going to take the land back from you. So they went and they were able to find $12,000, however. And before they were finished paying $12,000, they were being threatened again for development purposes. You got to develop the land by such and such a time. No one has said to them, well, we're going to make available to you loans in order for you to start a building. No one has said that. And these people will probably need about $120,000 to get something done, something built, something, $120,000. We have a development bank, 120 can't do it. It depends on if they're looking for a house like yours. I mean, I know 120 can't do it, but remember they have nothing. They get a little $120,000. Put up something. But at the same, we have a development bank, But at the same time, you're seeing that same development bank repossessing, whatever you want to call it, millions of dollars of value of buildings and all kinds of stuff. People who have defaulted. The same government went out and spent $27 million on Rose Hill Manor. Money they could have invested in these people who they have already started off with to get them on their feet. What are we doing? Who's the mastermind behind the government of the day and the people who are out there suffering that they're supposed to be helping? Do we have an agency within government that helps people manage their affairs in this regard? I mean, it's one thing to go out there and purchase land, make it available to people, struggling people, young people who doesn't have a home. But it's another thing to help them develop the land. Land by itself. I know the value of land, Madam Speaker. I know the real value of land. I could tell you because if it wasn't for land, I wouldn't be in Tortola. I felt free to come back to Tortola because I had land. All I needed, when I came to Tortola, all I needed was a tent and a machete. Clear off a piece of my land, put up my tent, and ain't a man to tell me anything. I'm home, I'm in Tortola. If I didn't have that land, I wasn't coming here. I wasn't coming here. But I had my own land, and I came and I stayed on my land. That's how important land is. Now, I don't want to see it in the press tomorrow that Fraser came home, he was living in a tent on his land. I mean, that's foolishness. But you'll see that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, that's how important land is. I knew within myself, in confidence, I had a place that I could come to. And that's how people feel. But now you got the land, you can't stay in that tent forever. You have to develop that land. And that's where the government comes in. The government can't walk away from you after they give you the land. They have to stay with you. Yes, we went further as far as making it possible for them to import building materials duty-free. We've done that. But you can't import building materials duty-free unless you have the money to buy the building materials. This is more than a catch-22. This is a catch-all. And it requires a government that thinks on its feet long-term. Once we started making big money through financial services, we could go to financial services and collect $220 million and put in our treasury. So we don't care about the little guy anymore. That's tax money we're pulling in. You can't leave these guys hanging. Go down on the Nibs estate. Look at the amount of people who haven't started their development. Go to Nottingham estate and see if you have any vacant lots. I know you have on Stevens land. We haven't bought any tracts of land since Spooner's. We probably paid for it a decade and a half ago, but it's almost 2 decades since that was in negotiations and all the rest of it. Government bought land in McNamara for free sale. They bought land in right up here. So they're called again. That's not Phantom Gut. Horse Park. Bought in Nibs Estate. We bought up in the Stevens. You know, the funny thing is that, like the Stevens land, people make heavy contributions to government. Why government can sell those lands at reduced rates? 114 acres of land we bought from the Georgians and Sicars. You think we paid market value for that land? No. And there were covenants attached to those lands, because the people who sell you the land would tell you specifically who you should sell it to. They would say people who had possession of the land in the past should get first preference. The board is going to understand that. The board come talking about selling at fair market value. What fair market value are you talking about? If it's being sold at fair market value, why is government getting involved? Let the person who owns it sell it at fair market value. You can't get involved to do anything at fair market value. Don't let those people come from wherever they come from, trying to impose their culture on us. Government is not going to sell anything at fair market value. You're supposed to be helping people. You're supposed to be helping people. I understand that the land down on Wickhamski, that's why members are arguing or fighting that Wickhamski should be withdrawn from this policy, whatever it is we're doing. Because I understand that they want to sell that land down there at $80 a square foot. On which planet, in which century are you going to get away with that? I guarantee you may sell 2 lots at $80 a square foot. But by the time you finish selling the 3rd lot, it'll be election time again. You'll be gone. Don't listen to those folks who keep trying to make you believe that you're giving away government this and giving away government that. There's a history behind these things. There's history behind these things. Men fought for Wickhamski. Men went to jail for Wickhamski. Some went crazy for Wickhamski. I know. I was right there. I ain't none of them who fight. I ain't none of them who went to jail. I ain't none of them who whatever. But I was right there, sight with my own eyes. What we went through. So don't go around selling no Wickhamski for $80 a square foot and keep Wickhamski for Virgin Islanders. So if it's in here in a way that is going to change the whole idea, philosophy about the properties that were acquired, take it out. Stop, don't fight it. Take it out. Yes, people take advantage of the system by being delinquent. That you can fight, that you can win. But then there are more good people than there are bad. Don't throw out the baby with the bad water. Madam Speaker, continuing on my part 2, 5.2b, properly consider the cultural and historical nuances of each island in the territory when dealing with the disposal of Crown lands, subject to the recommendation of advisory panels and committees where required on such matters. Sensitivity to human needs. That's what it says, sensitivity to human needs. I'm a little leery, Madam Speaker, when you set up a board and then you're still talking about committees and advisory panels. You see, by the time this thing gets to, maybe that's why they feel so comfortable in bypassing the minister. By the time they finish with their little shenanigans, they're so confident that they are right and they send it straight to cabinet. It goes to cabinet now. If you ever been to cabinet, I heard members talking about the minister needs more time for cabinet members to look at the paper before it goes to cabinet. For those of us who've been in cabinet, we know how that works. It's my paper. If I had gone through the paper, that's one thing I don't hear when ministers come to the House. I don't see ministers leading the discussion on the bills as if they know what's in the bill and this is how they want it to be. This is what the bill is supposed to say. This is how the minister wants it. I don't see ministers doing that. But that's how it's supposed to be. If you're taking the bill to the House, you're supposed to have gone through the bill. And every detail in that bill is supposed to be yours. You go to cabinet and there's discussion on the bill, compromise, you make changes. It comes to the House of Assembly, every cabinet minister is supposed to be fighting for that bill the way it is. If there's a valid comment or suggestion, recommendation by members, you make those changes. But at the end of the day, the minister's supposed to know what's in this. What's in this, he latches on to. Again, there are times when some things you don't wash your dirty laundry in public. So maybe leave it, let it pass cabinet, and then come here and let the members here fix it. But you know what you want. 3, the minister may give the board in writing such general directions not inconsistent with the Act with respect to the performance of the board's function under this Act, as the minister considers necessary in the public interest for the administering of Crown lands, and the board shall give effect to such directions. I don't know if I understand what that is saying. I think that's more gibberish. Surprise, surprise. The minister is finally relevant. He's telling the minister that he may give the board in writing such general directions not inconsistent with the Act. They're suggesting that the minister might do something that's illegal. So they're telling him, please, can't be inconsistent with the Act. I think anyone would know this. 6.1, membership and secretary to the board. The board shall comprise of not more than 11 persons as follows: the permanent secretary, the financial secretary, the chief planning officer, 8 other directors appointed by the cabinet, by instrument. I think this was discussed earlier, but I just want to make sure that my position on it is for the record. It should be, and I think others have said basically the same thing, but it should be appointed by the minister with the approval of cabinet, not appointed by cabinet. I, I think my point on this has been made clear already. I don't like to see where somebody is trying to make sure that the minister, and it says on the recommendation and cabinet by instrument, 8 other directors appointed by, this is what I'm reading, appointed by the cabinet by instrument in writing upon recommendation of the minister as follows. We have to get the wording straight, Madam Speaker, that these appointments are being made by the minister, approved by the cabinet, and approved by the cabinet. I think in this particular instance, Madam Speaker, we are our own worst enemies. We are our own worst enemies. It was the administration of 2003, 2007 that did the Constitution for 2007, Ronnie. And it was then your administration fought for cabinet government. Before the cabinet government came into being, I mean, the language was, ministers were doing basically all of this stuff. Everything was the minister this, the minister that, the minister all that. We went to executive council, of course, but the minister was put right, left, and center. Then we got a cabinet system of government. Cabinet system of government just makes sure that it's a collective responsibility. It's all the members of cabinet. When something comes here, this is a cabinet decision. But the minister has not disappeared. And I think that people have to understand how the function, how the system how it's supposed to function. We haven't changed our ways in understanding how it's supposed to function. I'm not drafting the legislation now to put it in proper language. But once you get the gist of how this thing is supposed to work, it flows. It will flow. 4 persons, 1 representative each, representing the islands of Tortola and the Garda, Virgin Gorda, and just one island. Now that is really difficult. 4 persons, one for each island. You are left with very little choice here. You got to find a person from Tortola, and then you're going to pick him up from, I guess, out of a hat, because you got 8 districts on Tortola, or something like that. And you're going to pick a guy from the 9th district, from the 8th district. And the guy down in the 2nd district said, you got a whole committee, you don't have anybody from my district on it. Does every island have to have a person? I mean, it's like somebody was lobbying hard. Each island must have a person. I remember we had someone in the last administration who would actually insist on that. 98% of the land is on Tortola, but every island got a person. I sure this person will end up from the 6th district anyway. Because when I am watching the 6th district representative, I say, yeah, my name. 4 persons, 1 representative each, representing the island of Tortola. Okay. 4 persons who are suitably qualified, knowledgeable, experienced in either the area of law or conservative. I think experience would show all of us that all this stuff here that you're requiring, never the best set of people for a committee. Never. Sometimes you need some idiots on these committees, you know. Yeah. Practical people who are practical and with just plain common sense. Sometimes. But a committee of 11, I don't see any of those people. Looking for a bunch of geniuses. And I think that the selection of the members for the committee should be more varied. I think someone in the opposition mentioned that 2 of them should be coming from the opposition side. But the way members for these committees and boards are being selected now is a hit or miss. What if you don't get, these people have to apply, I think. That's the way it is. That's what you're looking at. What if no one from South Island applied? Or Jocelyn Dyke applied? You're going to invent someone? What if all the people who applied, none are proficient in the law, none are proficient in banking or real estate? I don't know. The whole thing about the board is easy to mention a board and believe that, is this board going to be statutory? I heard someone mentioning something to that effect. Is this statutory? It is? You can't do that. You can't put common lands under a statutory body. That can't work. This is ridiculous. Jeez. You know what a statutory board is? A statutory board is an independent body. So where are they going to get the money from to purchase these lands? They're going to incur debt by borrowing? Are they going to get money from the Treasury? You're going to take up money from the Treasury to give a board to tell you that you have no say in what we do with the land and all that stuff? Who was the mastermind behind this? Who's the mastermind behind the policy? They're not exhibiting a true knowledge of the nuances of the island, of the territory of the Virgin Islands. They're not. You think this board is going to listen to the Anegadians? Anegada Land Advisory Committee, you think they're going to listen to them? You think they're going to listen to all the stuff that the member for the Fort was talking about, South Island? Oh, that was 80 years ago. You can't come here and tell me about some 4 families. You think they're going to believe that Cooper Island belongs to 2 families? Oh, that's too big for 2 families to own. Who are these people? Nobody elect this board. And you know, history has proven that if once you put a board together, you can't get the members off. I was a minister, and you're being told that you can't tell the board anything. The board. If you see the managing director and you tell him something, well, I'm going to talk to the board. All you're going to hear. Remember, you thought you had it took 6 people off they took land from 6 people. All you're going to be seeing is notices published. They're not even going to get the privilege to know that the land was being taken from them. A notice will be published in a newspaper saying that John Brown lost the land at whatever estate he was on. 6.2. Vacancies. Those four persons who are suitably qualified, knowledgeable, and experienced. I think that word "and" should be changed to preferably experienced in either the areas of law, construction, banking, or real estate instead of "and." "And" is definitive. I think it should just have you would prefer for those people to be, but don't limit it to those people. 2. Vacancies for positions on the board under subsection 1D shall be advertised by the ministry responsible for Crown lands in a manner sufficient to bring to the attention of the public such vacancies. A person applying for a vacant position under subsection 2 shall be required to undergo an interview process by an interview panel which shall be responsible for selection of applicants to be forwarded to Cabinet for consideration upon the recommendation of the Minister. You see, Madam Speaker, the effect is probably the same. Or should I say the outcome is probably the same. But the language, the effect of the language is different. It says, Madam Speaker, applicants, or selection of applicants to be forwarded to Cabinet for consideration. Forwarded to Cabinet for consideration upon the recommendation of the Minister. The language should be different. It should say, it should say applicants to be forwarded to the Minister for the approval of the Cabinet. It should be Minister first. All of this. What recommendations can the Minister now make after the Cabinet, after these people have vetted the applications and made their recommendations? Can the Minister change it? Somebody send the drafters out to create this bill. The drafters were commissioned to draft this bill. And they were given instructions, they must have been given instructions. What did those instructions say? You're on your own, just do what you want. Ministers, you got to work. You got to work. Stay out of Cabinet, you all been in Cabinet too long. Stay in your ministry and put in some time in the ministry. Now with all this electronic stuff, you know, it was only 2007 smartphones came about, you know. 2007. Check it. Apple came out in 2007. Now you can do anything you want from anywhere in the world. Stop going to Cabinet as often as you do. And pay attention to things like this. Now these vacancies for positions on the board, who are eligible to sit on the board? Who are the people eligible to sit on the board? Besides this stuff I'm seeing here about you gotta have this in law and this in construction, what about the status of these people? Now talk to me, who are eligible to sit on this board? You can't tell me that the land you're discussing is to be distributed to Virgin Islanders on the recommendation of a board. Who are the people on the board? Are they Virgin Islanders? Who are they? When it came to doing this, you're mute. You're mute. And the minister brought this here before us. And we're supposed to approve it just the way it is. And then when you look, you see a guy from Singapore on the board, one from the Philippines on the board, one from Ecuador on the board, one from Gibraltar, someplace on the Ukrainians, the two Ukrainian. You're mute. And if he see me and 6 other people walking down the street, he don't know the difference between us. Whether that one is from the Virgin Islands or he's from Kenya or whoever, still he's supposed to be deciding that the land's supposed to go to me. So I could do better than this. Bring this thing here. Like this, knowing full well that it's not complete. It is not complete. That's exactly why I made it a reference to what the member for the fourth was saying today. Don't know where South Island is unless he has GPS. Talk to him about some land of schooners. He can't find schooners unless he catch a cab. Only one of these properties he might be able to find without all those things is the Nibs estate, because he might just tell him go by the racetrack. So we need to be more specific. We can do better. In appointing persons under subsection 1D1 and 2, Cabinet shall be satisfied that such persons are fit and proper and have A, the necessary experience, expertise, and involvement in the sector for which they seek appointment. Involvement in the sector for which they seek appointment. Now, they're not seeking appointment for any particular sector. They're seeking appointment to be on the board. You're the one who told them that, who said that you were looking for people with such and such and such. Cabinet shall be satisfied. So, Minister, when you take this paper, when you take those recommendations to Cabinet, you're going to be sitting down there, and all 5 of you are going to be trying to figure out, well, is this person suitable because of the recommendations on which they seek? Or the minister is going to have this ready for them and has it? It doesn't work like that. I would imagine that the minister is the one sitting at the table telling them, well, this so is the case, and this is the one we're selecting, and we're selecting because so and so and so. But cabinet is only approving. I don't think that's why you all spend so much time in cabinet, minding other people's business. You're the Minister for Health, or the Minister for Education. Why are you down there in cabinet going through stuff that the Minister for Natural Resources bring regarding an appointment to a board? What are you sitting down going through it for? You're spending too much time doing nothing that's valuable. The minister brings it. He gives you the rationale. He goes through it. If it's nonsense, you tell him it's nonsense, but more times than none, it shouldn't be, because he has done his homework and he did it well. No conflict of interest in regards to their position on the board. No conflict of interest. Well, I agree with the member who said that if there is a conflict of interest, you're not qualified for the board. For the purpose of subsection 4, a person is fit and proper to be appointed to the board if he or she is a person of integrity, moral courage, and competent, and is able to exercise sound judgment and fairness, and B, possesses public credibility. I guess that's boilerplate stuff. I'm not going to say what I think about that. Seven says the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. The cabinet, upon recommendation of the minister, shall appoint by instrument in writing a chairperson and a deputy chairperson who shall be appointed from among the members of the board appointed pursuant to section 6. I agree with the member who said that, I don't know if the premier was here at the time, but he said that the premier will make the recommendation for the chairman and let the leader of the opposition recommend the deputy chair. I don't see a thing wrong with that. This bill is crucial and it's very important. Of course, with a house like this that is so equally divided, the next one that comes like this, then the leader of the opposition will do the chairman, the premier will do the deputy chair. The house is equally divided. I mean, 6, 7. Right now, it looks like even better than that. What is it, 4, 5? We did it this way, you know. We did it this way so I could stay close. What we got, 4? What do you say? Who want to be in the government? No, I talk like a man who wants to be the government, not to be in the government. Correction, be the government, not in the government. But you don't have any space. Boy, let me get some water. That one require a drink. The premier is listening. You've been listening to us from where you are? Yeah, I waited until you come because I didn't want anybody to tell you that I said this and I said that. My name is easy to call and to say. Yeah, as far as, and again, the language in this one that says, cabinet upon recommendation of the minister shall appoint. I think we have to objectively relook the way things are worded regarding our system of government, the role of a minister, and acknowledge the responsibilities of the minister. Because as it is right now, that is not happening. 15, Madam Speaker. Declaration of members' interest. Where a matter is to be decided by the board at a meeting, any member present at the meeting who has an interest in the matter shall, at the meeting, disclose the nature of his or her interest in advance of any consideration of that matter. Where a member discloses an interest under this section, the disclosure shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting, and the member shall not, unless the board otherwise determines, be present during any deliberation by the board on that matter. Madam Speaker, I think that this is something that constantly creeps up in just about everything. It talks about conflict of interest. And until and unless interest is defined for the particular circumstance, and it happens where interest is defined in particular circumstances, what does it mean here for the purposes of this act? There has to be somewhere where connected party, the definition of a connected party is placed in this act somewhere. Because people want to throw in things like a child of the family. I mean, like, you know, this child of the family, you've been nice to a child. You got a child the same age, you go shopping, you buy a pair of sneakers for your child, you buy a pair of sneakers for that child. you go to town, you buy a box of fries and chicken for your child, you bring one for the child. All of a sudden, there's a child, a friend of your, what do you call it? A child of the family. A child of the family. Nothing to do with DNA, nothing legal, a child of the family. So now, that becomes a member of your family, and you got to declare that in your interest, as part of your interest. You got a partner who of opposite sex. You're in a common law relationship. They're telling you if you live with this person as husband, like similar to a husband and wife. You got to declare that person. However, courts don't acknowledge these people, you know. Courts don't acknowledge them. But that person becomes your significant other, and same as if it was your spouse. You got to declare it. So we need to define these things and put them in the law for the circumstance, Madam Speaker. Because these people they're open. Even though you got these couple of lines here that says, be regarded for the purposes of constituting a quorum of the board, influence or seek to influence a decision relating to a matter. Somebody in their wisdom is going to say, you meet all these criteria. But somebody in their wisdom is going to come and say, you had an interest. Even though you met what's in the narrow scope that's fitted in here, you met all of those things. And you have no recourse. You're in trouble. Immunity. Immunity from suit. No action, suit, prosecution, or other proceeding shall be brought against a member of the board or a person acting under the direction of the board. For any act or omission of the board, or anything done or permitted, or any omission made in good faith in the course of the operations of the board, or in the execution or intended execution of any function under this act. Member 46 does not believe that, I think I could say this, but if I'm wrong, correct me, that there should be anything regarding immunity from prosecution for an act carried out by a member of the board. You see, Madam Speaker, this thing, like a two-edged sword. It's going to be difficult to find people to make decisions if they don't have immunity. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, this clause of immunity could be detrimental. I could do anything I want because I don't have to worry. I could make statements like that. I could make decisions knowing full well that the decision is not consistent with the facts. But I'm immune. So I don't know if there's a way to word it. It says are permitted or any omission made in good faith. How do you know it was done in good faith? How would you know it was done in good faith? So like a two-edged sword. "18. A member of the board who is not a public officer shall be paid such remuneration." No, I'm not getting into that. Appointment of ad hoc advisory panel and committees. The board may appoint an ad hoc advisory panel, hereinafter referred to as an advisory panel, as may be necessary to assist specifically with the disposal of Crown lands, considering the cultural and historical nuances of particular islands within the territory in particular the following islands in the list of islands. Madam Speaker, this is the appointment of an authority, a governing board, within an authority. This is a catch-all, Madam Speaker. This ad hoc committee that they're appointing is nothing but trouble. This gives the board ultimate power. Once they get something from the, and I noticed that they said that a recommendation by the ad hoc committee is not binding. But they don't say that about themselves, that the recommendations that they make are non-binding. You have people who are appointing others. And this ad hoc committee has powers. They're going to deliver what the board wants. And the board has a shield. They could run or cover under that shield. Well, this is the ad hoc committee's recommendation. If you don't believe me, at least you should believe them. Why? I think this is their way of getting around being accused of eliminating and ignoring Anegada committees like the Anegada Land Development Advisory Committees. They're going to throw them a bone. So let me hear what you have to say. And when they say what they have to say, they'll ignore them just like they're being ignored now. There's too many layers, Madam Speaker. You have the ministry, you got a board, and then you got this ad hoc committee, or these ad hoc committees. Somebody is trying to duck the issues. Somebody, we've seen already that the ministry itself and the minister, by establishing this board, is trying to duck their responsibility. Which is where the member asks, why does Anegada land take so long? Why is it happening for all these years and can't be resolved and all that? It's because people failing to do their jobs. Each advisory panel may consist of up to 7 members and shall be selected by the board through an open and transparent process. For the purposes of this section, the board may invite relevant community groups on different islands to nominate a representative of an advisory panel, and a person nominated shall be a person who appears to be suitable to represent the community on the panel. See? The board ain't going through the same process that they had to go through. They're going to pick people. But for one of them to get on the board, they had to go through the process, a different process, which was advertised and what have you, and had to go to cabinet. Nobody could just fire them just like so. But these advisory panels, they could reject the recommendation made by someone in the community. You can ask them to leave when they don't like what they say. And down in 6, it says the opinion of an advisory panel on any matter shall not be binding. So the advisory panel advice can be taken for granted. Whatever advice they give can be taken for granted. Nine says, on receipt of advice from any of its committees, on receipt of advice from any of its committees, the board shall decide whether or not to adopt that advice in whole or in part, or with such modifications as the board thinks fit. That to me is sage advice. This principle should hold for the decisions of the board as well, where the minister shouldn't have to take this advice from these not even recommendations that come from the board. It seems like they're decisions coming from the board, because according to the bill, you don't just give the recommendations from the decision from the board to the minister. You give them to the governor at the same time. What does that tell you? It tells you that the minister gets it for information only, and it's gone to cabinet. That's what it tells me. The establishment of a Congland unit. There is established a Congland unit, hereinafter referred to as the unit, which shall be a unit under the ministry responsible for environment, natural resources, and climate change. The minister shall designate a fit and proper person to be the chief lands officer of the unit. Is this a public servant? If this is a public servant, which I'm not sure, this is in a department of government. So the minister, since when the minister started designating people to do these jobs? That don't sound right. These are people who gets appointment through the public service, on public service. Minister don't go around and picking officers in the ministry. The minister shall designate a fit and proper person to be the chief lands officer of the unit, and such other staff of the unit as are assigned for the efficient functioning, management, and operation of the unit. That is one I have to see work. I have to see how that works. The unit shall be comprised of persons of integrity. Now, the unit shall be comprised of persons of integrity. The suggestion here, Madam Speaker, I don't think that term should be left. Persons of integrity. The suggestion here is that people go out and actually knowingly hire people without integrity. Duties of the Chief Lands Officer, says 25. C. Keep the minister through the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for Crown Land fully informed of the business of the unit. D. Furnish the minister through the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for Crown Lands with all requested information as required. True. All of a sudden, the permanent secretary showing up. Keep the minister through the permanent secretary. The minister went on and designated this individual, to be the unit head. So now when he's finished doing his work, in order to keep the minister informed, he must send it through the permanent secretary, who will get it and put it on her desk, or his desk, and when they feel good and ready to give it to the minister, if they want to do it or not, they give it to the minister. What's all this? I'm curious as to know, why does the minister need it anyway? To see what the person in the unit head is doing. What do you need that for? What's he going to do with it? Unless it's something that he specifically requested. Functions of the unit, 26. C. Manage strategic from lands acquisition. Now, manage strategic Crown lands acquisitions. So I think I asked a question earlier, and maybe I could ask it again. Is it the intent of government to be on the market purchasing land? What's the objective? Why is government out on the market purchasing land? How does this work? And I had a thought, and maybe it's a little off the wall, but I'll share it anyway. The land that's purchased by Social Security, I know they have some land. Should Social Security land fall in this policy? Under this act? It's a thought. I mean, it's time that we start reeling in some of these bringing some of these things under legislation, I should say, where the minister has a voice. But I'm not sure. I need to understand. I need to know. Like I said, the last tract of land that was purchased was Spooner's, and that was done by heavy lobbying. And so, is it the responsibility of the unit to be out there soliciting and looking for? They say manage it. Strategic. I don't know what that means. They have other functions as well. Another one, notwithstanding the general functions of the unit under subsection 1, the unit shall be specifically responsible for A, the following administrative functions. One I pointed out is to receiving and processing all applications for the lease of Crown lands for commercial development, agricultural use, or other uses in the public interest. Are those other uses residential? It didn't say residential, but it says other. It mentions specifically commercial development, agricultural use, and it says other use. So since it didn't mention residential, and that's the other use out there, is it that? 5, ensuring that a valuation report is done based on market value for every parcel of Crown land before disposal. An evaluation based on market value. I don't know. Are you saying that government is in the business of helping, and that help comes through facilitating some form of concessionary rate? When you mention market value here, are you saying that you're going to use that rate, the market value rate, to determine what you should be selling how low you should reduce the sale of your property for? Or are you saying that you're going to sell it at market value? Just some explaining that we could benefit from. I said before that we cannot expect to, if the people of the territory is to benefit from the proceeds of investments made in the territory, proceeds of investments made in the territory, the financial services, the money that they collect, people of the territory should benefit from it. Yes, they do, because some of it goes toward education, some goes towards health, but not all. Those portions that are left over should benefit people in the form of subsidized land. And this is one way that it can be done. So if you're going to use the market value to determine how much you're going to subsidize the sale to persons of land, then I can see where market value comes in. But if you're going to use the market value to sell it at that rate, then I don't think we are doing anyone a favor. And that would be counterproductive or contrary to what the intent here is supposed to be. A says ensure.
I'm sorry, Honorable Fraser. We'll just have to take a brief recess at this time. Apologies. So we'll take a brief recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Yes, Honorable Fraser, my apologies. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, I need to see it. The light is flashing red. I don't know what that means. Madam Speaker. See? Is it good? Madam Speaker, 26 functions of the unit. B, the following management functions. Notwithstanding the general functions of the unit under subsection 1, the unit shall be specifically responsible for. And down at B, the following management functions. 4, ensuring that adequate land bank is maintained within the Crown portfolio to accommodate future development needs, including related to climate change adoption. I don't know, Madam Speaker, if this is something that we are supposed to talk about every opportunity we get in order to make ourselves seem to be on board with this whole climate change narrative. And I'm not dispelling the reality of climate change, Madam Speaker, because if you ever had the opportunity to sit in a conference or and listen to the realities of climate change, you then get to understand that it's not something that you can just pick up just like that. Because the things that impact climate change, you wouldn't relate to. It's like everything, all and sundry, everything impacts climate change. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, where we sit in the scheme of things, on the spectrum, despite us being impacted by it, we have no impact on climate change whatsoever. We are impacted by it because of the actions of others, but not because of our own actions. So I find it that it's probably just, it's costless to put it in here, mention it here, and it's costless to pay lip service to it. But I'm afraid that we might take it more seriously than we should, and at the expense of other things. And 5 says, in collaboration with the Town and Country Planning Department, identifying land acquisition needs and making recommendations to Cabinet for acquisition of land in line with the government's strategic objectives. I would imagine that the government's strategic objective is, as stated earlier in the bill, maintaining a land bank and making lands available to those who are least likely to be able to go out and purchase land on the open market and all that kind of stuff. But I would continue to ask the question, what land are we buying? How are we buying it? Are we out there trying to coerce people to sell the land at reduced rates? Are we looking for land that's being sold and purchasing it at the rate at a reasonable price? We can use our influence, Madam Speaker, as a government, and I don't put it past governments to do this. We can use our influence to force people into selling their land at below market value for various reasons, whether it's because they owe taxes on it and put pressure upon them to bear, whether is it because we know that they have some form of financial difficulty due to some other commitment they've made and they can't meet it, and you make them an offer that they can't refuse. That's called exploitation. I'm curious. I know that the stated objective of government is to purchase land and make it available to those who can't afford to buy it. But to what length would government go to purchase this land? If persons has, number of persons have properties that are being up for sale because of default. Those people are vulnerable. And you have a board out there who might be aggressively trying to build this bank. And out there making offers to persons. I'm curious. That's all I could say. I'm curious to know. You got so many families out there that owns land that really and truly those families cannot make use of that land. The only option they have is to sell it. And because they're in this particular bind that they must sell their land, will the offer from government be at fair market value? And I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, because I know that 80 years ago, this 100 acres of land was owned by 4 people. That's 80 years ago. Over the years to today, it's owned by 30 people. Now, those 30 people are not amenable to sitting down as a family and splitting up this 100 acres of land. Because when they're done, 30 into 100 is still 3. They only stand to gain 3 acres, and who has time to waste over 3 acres of land when the other what's that, 10 acres or whatever it is going to be used for reserve roads and all the rest of it, and you're going to pay the surveyor. So the best thing, the most attractive thing is to see a figure of $2 million or something from the government for a piece of land that would have worth $5 million on the open market. So I want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we understand what it is we're doing. If we're doing this, and the end result's going to end up in exploitation, we have to make sure and safeguard that that doesn't happen. You have to say, purchase of land at fair market value. No coercion, Nothing like that. How do you guard against that? I don't know. I'm not the expert. I'm not an expert in that area. But those are things that we have to look at. We have to be mindful of. 27, Madam Speaker, 3. For the purposes of this Act, belongers and non-belongers may be eligible to apply for the grant or disposal of Crown land. Non-belongers applying for the sale, lease, or other form of disposition of Crown land shall be bound by the requirements of the Non-Belonger Land Holding Regulations Act, Cap 122, any other relevant enactment, and the Non-Belonger Land Holding License Policy. So, as was said earlier in the debate, that this is supposed to clear up what was said earlier about anyone is eligible to apply for Crown land. Crown land is for the disposal to Virgin Islanders. My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that this section here is dealing primarily with the lease of the seabed. Madam Speaker, I want the government. You know they said, Madam Speaker, who has nothing cares about nothing? And that goes to say that if you have no skin in the game, you don't care who wins, you don't care who loses. When it comes to the seabed, Madam Speaker, I think that the seabed should be treated no different from the residential lands that we're talking about that should go only to Virgin Islanders. I think the seabed should be treated no different. And when you talk about development on the seabed development, and you're making it available to non-belongers, these non-belongers that you're talking about are not poor people. These are people with long, long pockets. And every square foot of seabed that you have and make available to them, they will take it. And they will do something with it. They'll develop that seabed. And if you are saying that development is good for the country, so therefore what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it, Madam Speaker, is that you are disenfranchising generations to come. What the government isn't saying in this policy is what happens to that seabed that they lease to the quote-unquote non-belongers. What happens to it? Once they develop that seabed, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a thing called freehold. That freehold means the property belongs to them. That seabed that you say you lease to them, they now own it based on the developmental value of the property. How many acres of freehold do you give them for every $1 million of investment they put into the property? You're not telling the public this. The public don't know this. The public know that you leased the seabed to John Brown Limited. What the public continue to believe is John Brown Limited is leasing the seabed, but there's a thing called freehold. For every millions of dollars they invest in the property, and that's something they negotiate with government. Government doesn't come back and tell the public that this is how they negotiate it. What does that do? It doesn't disenfranchise me, but generations behind me would only see the development out there which used to be the government seabed, that is now a property wholly owned by whoever developed the property, generations down the road. It's happening right now in front of us. It's happening in our very eyes, right now as I speak. Seabed lease is being converted to freehold lease. How many locals are we doing this for? How many Virgin Islanders who lease the seabed are we doing this for? See, governments over the years and continue to be something that I can't say because it's not nice how they exploit their own people. They have a separate rule for one set of people and another rule for their own people. How many governments have called John Brown to the office and then introduced them to this freehold facility that's available? You'll have them paying lease for generations. And I want to ask a question, Madam Speaker. Now that we've brought this thing about Crown lands front row and center, now that we have it on the table, you grow up hearing that the seabed belongs to the Crown. And let's get it straight. When I first heard it, I really and truly thought it belonged to the Crown. And I'm sure that many people still believe it belongs to the Crown. And if it belongs to the Crown, you dare not question the seabed. So let's all agree that the seabed belongs to the Virgin Islands, the people of the Virgin Islands. Let's all agree to that. Once we can agree to that, Madam Speaker, we can start talking about fairness. Who gets it? When a local gets a little piece to develop, it's like everybody's got their eye on that local person, and like something we rob the system. But when the multi-millionaires who can go to the banks and get their millions get it, what do? Patronize them like they're going out of style. Law them. People has to make sure that they hold their government accountable. In other words, make sure that the government is looking out for your best interest at all times. Keeping you informed of what benefits you can derive within your own territory. And you can't lose. $1 in a Virgin Islander pocket is $1 safe, because all he could do with it is spend it. And 99.9% of the time he's going to spend it right in the Virgin Islands. I don't see foreign investors going to banks outside the country. I see them going to the banks right here, getting their millions of dollars right here. It's not that they're bringing in money. They don't bring in any money. They borrow their money and borrow it from right here. People say he come with money. Come with money right down there, Scotia Bank and Barclays Bank, and I know what I'm talking about. Right down there. Same bank that's turning you down. Why? They will turn you down because they don't need you. I need your money. Why you come to borrow money from me? You want money to buy a car, I'll give it to you. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to make the point that we have to be specific in what type of land are these non-belongers going to be eligible to get. I wanted to say that we should take it out from in this bill, but then where do you put it? Where special development considerations will be given to developers for use of the seabed. It needs to be in a special piece of legislation so that people don't believe that, there's equal footing for people, developers getting seabed lease. And government should be permanent partners in those ventures. So just, I'm going to bring it here to the House as a question because I need to know something about the seabed lease and developers, long-term developers. How much money, how much of the property is still good. Madam Speaker, 2814. It says, upon approval of the grant of or disposal of Crown lands by Cabinet and acceptance of the offer by applicant, the governor may, by signature in the relevant documentation or instrument, grant or dispose of Crown land for the use under subsection 1, and every allocation of Crown land shall be executed under the public seal. I've seen this has been happening. We're here today and we're discussing whether or not we should change the title from Crown lands to Virgin Islands land. Okay, that's the first start. Why does it have to go to the governor for signature and some public seal? We need to get these things clear. Somebody should have the answer for this question. We see it happening all the time. We always think that no one questioned it, so that's the way it has to be. We've concluded within ourselves that this thing is not Crown land. Why is it going to the governor for signature and a public seal? I think that we're much too educated. Well, not me, but we got all kind of people in here. We got Dr. This, Dr. that, Dr. Ronnie, a doctor too? Not yet. You're working on it. Legal scholars. Why are we sitting here doing the same thing our parents did? We saw this and we just took it for gospel. Why is the governor signing and sealing these things? Does he have to? Must this go to the governor for a signature and public seal? It says here, upon approval of the grant or disposal of Crown land by Cabinet. Remember, this man is only the chairman of the Cabinet. He doesn't vote. He has no say. He's only there watching you guys because you need to be watched. I guess you need to be watched. Cabinet approve it. An acceptance of the order by the applicant, the governor may. He may. This is not like the law that says he must assent to the bill. We know that that's constitutional. Is this constitutional too? If it is, then it's one that should be first up for amendment, for review and amendment. So we need to put a question to that. We need to look at this. And again, I guess it's going to the fight you're going to have on your hand, or the question that's going to come back to you is, can we trust you guys with Crown land to not give it away to not steal it, as I would say. But this is a parliament. You were elected by the people. It's obvious that the people of the territory don't believe that you're stealing anything, else they wouldn't re-elect you. I'm sure all of you, 90% of the people in here were re-elected. No? How many new people came in? Carl, 4? Or 4 new people came in. Ronnie was here before. So naturally, they don't believe he does thief. Bring him back. I was here. You were here too. So, I mean, it's a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We need to put ourselves to the test. And let's test ourselves. Eligibility and allocation of Crown lands for residential purposes. 29. A person shall be eligible to apply for a grant or disposal of Crown land for residential purposes if the person, A, is a belonger or Virgin Islander. But somebody spoke to that already. The Virgin Islander should come first, and belonger should be taken off. That's what it's saying. Is age 18 years or older and has not previously received an allocation of residential Crown land. And I'm saying, add to that, should not own land of any sort. And should not own land of any sort. Someone else mentioned that today. Member for the 6th is of the same view. That if you look at the law as it is, that's a criteria. You can't own land. An applicant under subsection 1, in addition to the required information under section 28, shall submit such documentation showing proof of being a belonger or Virgin Islander, such as his or her passport, birth certificate, or any other relevant documentation as may be required to illustrate that all other eligible criteria are met. I just don't think that, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that showing proof of being a belonger of Virgin Islander, I don't think showing a passport or birth certificate is enough. You might ask, what more can you show? But maybe you need, what do you call those people who vouch? I know Carl Dawson as a child. I know his parents, and I know he is a. Huh? Hmm? No. I don't believe notary. Somebody a testimonial from somebody saying that I know Mitch Turnbull, his parents, and he's from kindergarten and that kind of stuff. In addition to your passport. A passport, I mean, like, drop a passport. Could have all kind of thing in the passport. His granny, Nini's son, something like that. Allocation of Crown lands for commercial use, 34. At least for commercial use or development of Crown lands may be guided by the Crown lands policy, Marine Estate Administration policy, and the non-belonger land holding policy. How does a commercial lease transfer to freehold? That was my question that I had. How does a commercial lease transfer to freehold? That question will be asked a person committee, and somebody will be able to tell me how it happens. Because believe me, it does. That's not so good. Application for permits, 36. Application for permits, 36.6. The recommendation of the board shall be forwarded to the minister and governor, who shall both review and consider the recommendation before submission of same through the minister to the cabinet for due consideration and approval. My question is, no. Why is the governor involved? Governor gets his opportunity at 28:14. What happens at 28:14? 28:14, governor gets his shot at it, which says, 28:14 says, upon approval of the grant of or disposal of Crown land by cabinet and acceptance of the offer by the applicant, the governor may, by signature in the relevant documentation or instrument, grant or dispose. So after he gets it here and makes the decision that it's okay to go forward to cabinet, why does he need to see it again and decide whether to sign it? He shouldn't have to see it. He shouldn't see it here at all. The document should be submitted to the minister for consideration and approval. See, that's exactly what I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker. Having a keen knowledge of the system of government under which we operate, which is a ministerial system, and the role of the minister. The minister is responsible for his administration and the departments under his ministry. 7, sir, where cabinet has an issue or concern in relation any recommendation submitted by the board through the minister under subsection 6, the matter shall be returned to the board, and the board shall revisit the matter and provide such response and clarification to cabinet as may be required to enable cabinet to make a decision in relation to the application. Where cabinet has an issue or concern in relation any recommendation submitted by the board through the minister, the minister takes the decision by the board to the cabinet, and the cabinet has a concern. Well, I think they'll fix it there, unless it's something grave. Inappropriate language. The cabinet, after consideration of an application for a permit, shall either, you see, the cabinet, after due consideration of an application for a permit, shall. Who's telling the cabinet that it shall do something? I don't think anybody can do that. So shall should not be there. A, approve the application. Can't tell the cabinet it shall approve the application. B, approve the application with modification or conditions. Cabinet doesn't even have to look at it. But let's be told shall. 9, a decision under subsection 8 shall be in writing, and the reason for such decision shall be stated. Remember decision 8 here, they're telling the cabinet, a decision under subsection 8 shall, they're telling the cabinet, be in writing. No, you can't do that. 11, upon approval of an application for a permit by cabinet and acceptance of the offer by the applicant, the governor may, again, upon approval of an application for a permit by cabinet, cabinet approved the application and accepted the offer by the applicant. The applicant accepts the offer. It's saying here that the governor may, by signature, issue such permit. Again, For what reason would the governor not sign it if the cabinet approved it? What? It's right there. 12. Where an application is approved for a permit and an offer letter is sent to the applicant and the applicant fails to accept the offer within 3 months after receiving it, then the offer will be automatically rescinded. Suppose the person has a legitimate reason for not accepting the offer. It doesn't say that. It doesn't give them that option. It says if you fail to accept it within 3 months, it's automatically rescinded. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. You have to give the person, you have to hear the person out. Maybe they have a legitimate reason for not accepting it. The establishment of a tribunal. That's what number that is. 39, 41. There is established for the purposes of hearing appeals of persons aggrieved from any decision made pursuant to this act, a Crown Lands Appeals Tribunal, in this act referred to as the tribunal. 42. The tribunal shall be appointed by the cabinet and shall consist of a chairperson and 2 other persons sitting together. Now, Madam Speaker, here's where I have a problem. And I'd like to know, it says they is established for the purposes of hearing appeals of persons. Now, a person agreed. Remember that all the decisions made by recommendations of the board, all the decisions are by the cabinet. The cabinet is the body that makes a decision. And if you're going to have an appeals tribunal, it means that that tribunal is appealing. People are appealing to the tribunal to appeal, to look at a decision that was made by cabinet. How do you have a tribunal as an appellant to a decision made by cabinet? It can't happen. It can't work. I'd like to know, Madam Speaker, what examples of tribunal are they using? If they're using the labor tribunal, it's 2 different things completely. The labor tribunal is a tribunal for decisions made by the labor commissioner, not the cabinet. And this same tribunal is appointed by the cabinet. How could I appoint you and then you're going to be examining something that I did for appeal? So this is exactly what I was talking about when I started out, and I said that you must have a thorough knowledge of the system of government that we work under. Appeal to tribunal. A person aggrieved by a decision made under this act may, within 30 days of receiving written notice of the decision, file a notice of appeal to the tribunal in the manner prescribed. And it goes on to show you. A decision, my question is, a decision made by whom? Only cabinet makes the decisions. In any event, if there is an appeal involving the cabinet, it should only be in regards to information provided to the cabinet, if erroneous or something to that effect. What else are you going to be appealing? And if it's something that you don't like, you should only be able to appeal that to the High Court, Madam Speaker. 48 says failure to comply with order of the tribunal. It says any person who fails to comply with an order of the tribunal commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both. I guess that is something that can be explained. I don't understand it right now. I just think that it sounds a little out of whack. 54, the minister may, with the approval of the cabinet, make regulations not inconsistent with the act or carrying into effect the provisions of this act. I think the wording on that needs to be fixed. And my only thing now is, Madam Speaker, is where we see things again going back to the title change. And lastly, Madam Speaker, we're looking at fees in the fee category on the schedule. The fees associated with the various aspects of this policy are contained herein. Application, individual application of $50, company $100, processing $250, lease or transfer, individual $600, company $1,000. Now, let me see if I can understand it, if I get this straight. Lease or transfer. Individual $600, company $1,000. That's annual. It says development, paid yearly until the development is completed. After the completion of the development reclamation, this fee stops. Development refers to reclamation, jetty, barge ramp, mega yacht facility, mooring, etc. After the completion of the development / reclamation, this fee stops. Can someone explain to me what that means? After the completion of the development / reclamation, does the fee stop after the reclamation is complete? What's the difference between development and reclamation? Why there must be two different things. Why there's a slash? Got to be two separate things. So after that fee stops, what happens? So I think I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, and hope to. I think I did all the reasons, the objects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Member for the second district.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to rise on the point of order to give some information in response to comments made by the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works during his presentation about being responsible. It is on.
Michael.
So,
The mic is on.
sorry?
No, there was nothing, so I'm just looking at the comment is on.
So, member, may I direct you to Standing Orders 35-6, which states a member who has spoken on a question may again be heard to offer explanations of some material part of his speech which he alleges to have been misunderstood or misrepresented, but he shall not introduce new matter.
Madam Speaker, it was misunderstood. But I was just trying to clarify that information.
Okay, you're only clarifying, but you're not introducing anything new.
No, Madam Speaker, sorry.
But if something speaking,
The information that the minister spoke about regarding the schooners then that he referred to what I spoke about. He said be responsible, but Madam Speaker, I wasn't being responsible because in the Auditor General's report, Audit Report Section 924, it states, regarding the schooners statement for the record and charity, although there was no clearly established policy regarding the revocation of lands in 2019, the ministry adopted a position to revoke lands from the awardees that failed to meet their financial obligations related to the awards. Revocations were limited to the awardees who failed to make payments towards the consideration for awards. The revocations were limited to residential awards. In the absence of established criteria for revocation,
So let's just pause there for a minute, member. What exactly are you saying that the minister said?
the minister stated
Where is the misrepresentation?
the minister stated that I was not responsible in reporting how the lands were revoked and that they didn't go through a process, but the Auditor General in my comment, Madam Speaker, which is what I brought forward, stated that 14 pieces of land were revoked and there was not a clear process and then it was arbitrarily done by the minister, at the time the minister. So there was
So, member, I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure that I recall the minister indicating that. I think he clarified a particular position. That's what I recall.
his clarification of my position was incorrect because she said I was not being responsible. And I was clearly responsible because 924, 9243, and 9244 of this audit report clearly specifies that area that I'm talking about during the revocation of these 14 pieces of land in Spooner's estate, 2 in Inez estate, and then 7 persons were awarded land. So the information is there, but Madam Speaker, if you're so minded, I'll bring it up again in other business. Not a problem.
Thank you, member. At this time, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to respond to the debate and to bring the debate to a close. Madam Speaker, first allow me to thank the Minister for Communications and Works, who was acting Premier in my absence, to give the second reading of this bill on my behalf. And I also want to thank the members for their contributions. As was reported, and I'm sure that the acting premier at the time would have informed the House and informed the public that I had attended a very important conference called the Small Island Developing States Conference, which is a subsidiary of the United Nations. And these conferences are held once every 10 years and extremely important in defending and securing the interest of small island developing states, of which we are one. And in fact, as an overseas territory, we have a unique case that needs to be defended. So due to that, Madam Speaker, I was away. But I know that in my absence, the members probably said lots of nice things about me. Just because I know the character of the individuals. So they would have, I'm sure, been very kind in their contributions and approach. I expect no less of them. And, Madam Speaker, I did not get to, unfortunately, listen to the contributions But of course, I have no doubt. But of course, I've asked my permanent secretary and the members present to give me a good summation of the issues which were brought up, and coming back and being able to listen to the member for the 6th and the member for the 3rd, as well as the members on this side of the aisle, was been helpful to get some sense of some of the issues which have been brought up and which are causing some level of concern, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, let me say, and Honorable Dawson made this point, this is a very important bill, and it is not simply important because it is a COI recommendation. It is important, Madam Speaker, because one of the greatest assets of any nation, and we are building a sustainable nation, Madam Speaker. One of the greatest assets, one of the greatest elements in the building of any nation is land. Malcolm X stated that land is the basis for independence. As we know, we have to live somewhere. And if we have a business, a brick and mortar business that is, that brick and mortar business has to sit somewhere. And in places like the United Kingdom, Madam Speaker, where historically huge tracts of land were owned by the aristocracy or the nobility, persons had to pay taxes just to live on the land. This would have been the peasantry. And that would have been the basis for great wealth and great power for the aristocracy and the nobility. And those, let's call them class lines, still exist today based on who are the quote-unquote landlords, the lords of the land, which is where that term came from when we have apartments for rent. The lords of the land, the ones who own the land and who persons had to pay their taxes to. And persons would be familiar with Robin Hood, with those type of concepts of the peasantry and the land who have to pay taxes to the landowners. But in the Virgin Islands, we had a different situation, of course. We know how we got to these lands as enslaved persons, and we paid for this land through our blood, sweat, and tears by being illegally and inhumanely made to work for no pay for centuries, and being brutalized in the process. Land is very dear to us as Virgin Islanders, as has been mentioned. And coming out of slavery, and sometimes and in some instances even before the end of slavery, we became land owners, where we were able to walk and buy land that the planter class in some instances abandoned, and some instances just due to whether hurricanes, protests, whatever the circumstances, were not able to hold on to their lands and pay taxes to their lands. The lands became encumbered, and our ancestors were able to buy huge tracts of land And as a result, we face a much different situation than many places in the world that have come out of that slavery situation and that colonial situation, where for the most part those persons who descend from the planter class still own the land and still are very powerful. But we can be very proud because we who are the descendants of the enslaved own the land. And that is something that we want to preserve as Virgin Islanders. And let me say without a shadow of a doubt, Madam Speaker, it is my goal, it is my intent to ensure that we as Virgin Islanders and those who have joined our family are the ones who maintain these lands for the benefit of our future generations, and that they may continue to be persons who own their own homes and are able to build their own businesses in their own home, in the land where their ancestors walked and died. And it is sacred to me, Madam Speaker. I take it very seriously. And Madam Speaker, while we're speaking about what's sacred and important to me, let me just go ahead and mention that I am a descendant of the free people of Nottingham Estate. Yeah, the 25 or so persons who were manumitted on Nottingham, that estate there, by Samuel and Mary Nottingham. My great, however many greats, I believe my specific ancestor was named Hagar. I descend from those people, and I mean I didn't get any Nottingham land. That's all right. And I'm told now that sometimes the bank sells it and persons who are not from Nottingham Estate are able to buy it. I think that's something we have to make sure we prevent. But I'm one of those people. And Madam Speaker, I can assure persons in the public that I would not pass a bill that disenfranchises persons who have claims to ancestral lands. Madam Speaker, I'm also the great-grandson of Charles Wheatley, who was born on Anegada. And I'm also a descendant of Anegada. In fact, based on the criteria stipulated for land grants, my father would qualify for a land grant. And I say it very clearly, it is important to me. It is also something which I hold to be sacred. I'm proud of my Anegada heritage. And I certainly will not pass a bill which will disenfranchise the people of Anegada. And let me say it clearly so my cousins in Anegada can hear it. I have heard your cries and I've listened to your concerns. I've also heard the cries of those who are descendants from Salt Island, other places. And I recognize that the bill in its current form does not provide adequate protection for those individuals. And let me say a little word about that, Madam Speaker. And let me just tell you about the general approach I take to bills. We have the ministry. And the ministry has technical experts, of course. The ministry has a minister who has a responsibility to the public because the minister is democratically elected. And I'm going to address this whole aspect of being democratically elected in a moment, especially in conformity with a lot of what Honorable Fraser had to say. We have to preserve democracy. So as minister, the technocrats in the ministry who deal with these land matters on a daily basis, and they have views, in some instances strong views, on how it should be dealt with, would certainly contribute to a proposal, we will say, on how we might move forward as it pertains to a policy or law. And let me appreciate them, Madam Speaker. I appreciate these persons who have their technical expertise, who are there to advise me and to give me their expert perspective, as it should be. Persons who have gone to school, they've trained, they have a great deal of experience, a great deal of knowledge that can be brought to bear on crafting a solution. And this is why democracy is important, Madam Speaker, because the minister, who cannot be a minister without being elected by the people from a particular constituency, has to balance a number of concerns. So while the minister values the advice, the expertise of his technocrats, the minister must also value the opinions, the views, the perspectives of the public. The public who elected him and elected the members of the government, and including the members of the opposition. And it is the public who gets services from the government. And the public must also have a say, because in essence we are here to serve the public. And if you have a system where you don't have anybody accountable to the public, in some instances the technocrats or the government officials will have too powerful a voice, and you will have a piece of legislation which is weighted too heavily based on the views of technocrats, which I already acknowledge has its value, but must be balanced with the concerns of the public, and in some instances, other concerns. So that is why it was important for myself as minister. I went to every meeting where we had a discussion on Crown land policy. And this Crown land management bill, by and large, came out of that policy. Not completely, I agree with the member, for the 6 some things didn't make it over to the bill. I heard you. I heard you. Madam Speaker, let me explain my general approach. The technocrats must put forward their proposal. We try to get it as close as possible, Madam Speaker, but we must recognize, first of all, there are no perfect bills. And a bill that comes out of the ministry will be far from perfect. And I recognize that and I understand it. Now, do we wrangle with the ministry about this or that? Or do we come, let it go through cabinet, and let it get into the hands of the House, the people's representatives? Madam Speaker, the bill has so much value added when it gets to the House. Because as I said before, the members of the House have to balance various concerns. So we've had our public consultations, the technocrats have had their say, the Attorney General's chambers have had their say. Now it's time for us to bring it into the House, and you'll get those varied perspectives from the various members who have all of their different experience. And we have members in here with a lot of valuable experience. Don't mind to hit me and poke me a little lick here and there. I ignore all of that. And I try to pick out the aspects of it that can make the bill the best bill possible. Yes, sometimes members, maybe we try to fairmonger a little bit. You know, maybe we try to appeal to people's fears in some instances. Maybe try to scare people, look what the government trying to do you. But I try to wade through all of that. And we try to pick out some of the elements there that will make the bill the best bill possible. And in my view, Madam Speaker, it works well. We had the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill. And we went through the same thing. I get a bunch of blows, a crap of blows here and there. But in the midst of it, we had so much great feedback. And we went through the bill. It took us a long time. I hope this one won't take us as long, Madam Speaker. It took us a long time. But the bill was so much better by the time we went through that process. And that is democracy for you. We have members in here who've been here since back in Moses' time. So we have the institutional knowledge in terms of the House. You have new members, you have that fresh perspective that they can bring. And you have people who represent people from different parts of the island. So you have that type of perspective that can help you to, and we're not going to agree on every single issue, but at least we know that all the relevant issues will be properly interrogated. They'll be interrogated, they'll be examined, they'll be scrutinized. And then as reasonable individuals, we will be able to come to a very solid conclusion. And I say that to say, Madam Speaker, that some of what has been brought up, Madam Speaker, I'm sure will be used as a basis for amending in the committee stage. We've been doing so well, Madam Speaker, and I don't want us to get weary in well-doing. And one thing I like about this house, very industrious house. And I try to leave the house fast and in a hurry. Walk right up until 9 p.m. like the standing order said. I like that about this house, a very industrious house. Here to walk, do the work of the people. You don't ever hear them complaining. They're here to do the work of the people. And if they got to stay till 9 o'clock, they don't have a problem. So, Madam Speaker, yeah, they're telling me, Madam Speaker, that I'm being outvoted right now. But I don't even look at it as 3 versus 4. I just look at it as a united 7. A united 7 for the people of the Virgin Islands. The people of the Virgin Islands is the only group that matters right now. So, Madam Speaker, as it pertains to the ancestral lands, let me just say that very clearly. We have to have very specific criteria for those persons who are eligible for those lands. And presently, that's not in the bill. We have to make sure that there is a carve-out in the bill for those persons who have claims to ancestral lands. They just cannot be opened up to whomever may come. And that is important. One of the most contentious parts of the consultations had to do with this whole idea of who was eligible. And I'm sure that this will come up. Some persons felt that land should only be for what we refer to as indigenous Virgin Islanders. And it was very interesting because I even went to Anegada, Madam Speaker. And while the Anegadian people were so forthright about this Anegadian ancestry, not just even Virgin Islands ancestry, Anegadian ancestry, when you ask them enough questions, they wanted to include persons who came there and whose children were born and grew up there and went to school there. So when you start to interrogate and ask questions, it becomes very complicated in terms of who we want to include and who we want to exclude. So, and you look at the Constitution and say belongers give you access to be able to buy land. And you also have to ask yourself as to whether if you started to discriminate between types of belongers, whether that would violate the sections of the Constitution speaking about discrimination. But I know there are many persons who are very passionate about that, but I believe it was the right thing to do to allow all belongers. But we did mention, Madam Speaker, somebody who just became a belonger yesterday should not be looked at the same way as someone who's been in the line for a long time. And those things should be considered when we are making grants. And again, those type of considerations are not found in the bill, though they exist in the policy. The policy did mention that certain factors should be considered when making grants. And your tenure and how well you are anchored in here in the community, that should count first for something. And all of those things, Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that in this bill, that we are able to sort out. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to some of what Honorable Fraser spoke about when he spoke about the role of the minister. And let me say I agree with him. And I know that there's strong resistance to the point, Honorable Fraser, even though it is stated so clearly in the Constitution. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we had to struggle a little bit just to get that provision changed in the Immigration and Passport Bill, where we had a public officer having the rights which were conferred to the minister in the Constitution, which should not be the case. But if you go legislation by legislation, policy by policy, you will find an effort to sideline the minister. And sometimes even I find ministers, members of the House of Assembly, go along with this whole effort to sideline themselves. But I think we all must be united, this United Seven we have here. We all must be united to defend democracy, because that's what it comes down to. And I'll just say a little bit about why I think we have this struggle. It's because we're in a colony. Ultimately, a lot of our people have been influenced by the mentality of a colony. And we don't even realize it, unfortunately. It's been ingrained in us so much that we think it's logical to sideline the minister. The minister doesn't have time to be involved in these matters. Or that's not the role of the minister. Or the minister is too influenced by the public. That's exactly what you call democracy. That's exactly what you call democracy. And it's because we have a situation where we have an unelected person who has so much power in the governor. And it just filters down and trickles down to everybody else. And sometimes the minister is even frowned upon because he's getting pressure from the public. That pressure from the public is what you call democracy. His constituents, the persons who are represented, they have a voice through their representatives. And that public pressure is good. It's supposed to help the system work better for the people. But oftentimes it's resisted, so we say, well, the minister shouldn't really be involved. Or maybe we just want to hand the minister something to read, or you just read that. And we see the minister as a ceremonial figure who doesn't really have a real say in decision making. And this is how our government is functioning. And then when the minister says, well, you know, I've been elected to do certain things, I have to have a say in things. Then it's a little struggle and it's a little back and forth and it's more difficult than it needs to be. And that is because, unfortunately, many of us are suffering from a colonial mentality. And it translates itself into the bills. We don't want to give the minister any authority in the bills, even though the Constitution gives the minister the authority very clearly. And I'm very sure that our Honorable Fraser was there. I believe Honorable Skelton was there as well. I believe this is why we fought for the Constitution that we had, so that the ministers could have the authority. That's why we fought for cabinet. So we must be very careful that we don't strip the ministers and the cabinet of the authority that the Constitution gives. And wherever it is we find it, we need to make sure we correct it. So that's certainly the case in this bill. Let me just address the whole idea of market rates. This idea of market rates has come up in the Commission of Inquiry. And, you know, I can say it without fear of contradiction. And I can say it honestly, that it's come up as an issue that we provide land to Virgin Islanders at a subsidized rate. Somebody wants to say, well, you can't sell this land to your people at this rate. And I've been very strong about the fact that is a policy decision. And when you look at the Constitution tells you that the minister is responsible for lands. He's responsible for the administration of those lands. There's nothing in the Constitution which contradicts you as a minister responsible for lands, or as a cabinet, which is the policy-making entity of the government, from making the decision to offer land at a subsidized rate. We sell water at a subsidized rate. Suppose somebody said to you, man, you can't offer education up at HLSCC at a subsidized rate. Now, who are you to say that to us? Who are you to say what we can subsidize and not subsidize for the benefit of our people? That is our decision. And that is nothing more than a policy decision. It's nothing to do with corruption. It's nothing to do with illegality. It just has to do with a decision that you make to empower your people. Now, when you go to the United Kingdom, you have persons who get free housing or very low housing. They get social benefits. They get checks in the mail. That is a decision that they made in the best interest of their people. And we have to have the ability to be able to make decisions in the best interest of our people. Those things are policy matters. It has nothing to do with integrity, nothing to do with transparency, nothing to do with accountability, nothing at all to do with good governance. That's just a decision that you make. So that has found its way into the bill, and we have to take that out of there and leave it as a matter to be determined by the cabinet what type of rates you want to charge, whether a subsidized rate or whether you want to go to the full market rate. So we can't hamstring ourselves by putting that in there. And even in terms of the amount of time that you want to lease somebody, don't put that in the law. That is something for a cabinet to be able to determine at any given time. We also have the matter of agricultural lands. And in 2022, we passed the Food Security and Sustainability Act, which is taking a very long time to come into force. Honorable Dawson, we have to try to see if we could get whoever is holding it up to release it, because it's taking incredibly long. It's 2022, we're now in 2024. It's 2 years since we passed that, and it's still not in force. It's not something that I'm pleased about. But anyway, that is a body which has been tasked with managing agricultural lands. So we have to ensure that in committee stage that there's good congruence between this bill and the Food Security and Sustainability Act. Make sure that both of them are working well together. I believe what the member for the 6th brought up as it pertains to the seabed and reclaiming land, it is worth discussing, because I believe, of course, that we should put some stipulations in place to ensure that if persons make investments such as that they have some level of protection. Yeah, that is something that I'm committed to looking at in committee stage. Madam Speaker, I won't go much further because we have to get some work done, so I won't go much further. So I want to see how we can maximize the rest of the evening and get some good work done. I'm looking at the members, they still look fresh. They look mighty fresh. They look fired up and ready to go. So I myself, I came back on the trip. I had some little sniffles, but when I got here and started engaging with the bill, I just got a burst of energy, Madam Speaker. So I'm ready to go for about another 2 hours straight. So, Madam Speaker, let's see if there's any more very important matters that we had to deal with, Madam Speaker. Members did a good job. Okay, before I close, Madam Speaker, there's some areas here where we injected the governor. And we're going to have to fix those areas, Madam Speaker, because when you read the Constitution, and perhaps I should read the Constitution for the benefit of the public. The Constitution says, Section 41, subject to any law for the time being enforced in the Virgin Islands, the governor or the minister, when duly authorized by the governor by writing under his or her hand, in Her Majesty's name, on Her Majesty's behalf, may under the public seal make grants and dispositions of lands or other immovable property in the Virgin Islands, or interest in such property that are vested in Her Majesty for the purposes of the government of the Virgin Islands. But any such grant or disposition shall require the prior approval of the Cabinet. The minister shall have responsibility for administering all lands and other property referred to in subsection 1. In this section, a minister means a minister charged with the responsibility for Crown lands. I'm glad I read that before I close, Madam Speaker, because it also brought to me another point I want to discuss in regards to Anegada lands. But let me deal with this matter with the governor first, sir. The Constitution clearly gives authority to the minister. And I received an instrument from the governor saying that I am responsible for lands. And that's what the Constitution provides. It says the governor or the minister when duly authorized by the governor. So I've been duly authorized by the governor. So there's no reason, and this is why I spoke about we have to make sure we don't let those colonial things slip in here. The Constitution is telling you the minister has the responsibility. There's no reason for us to inject the governor there. That's taking us backwards. So let's make sure that we fix that in the committee stage. The point as it pertains to Anegada lands, Madam Speaker, is I need to make the point to my friends, my cousins in Anegada, that under the Constitution, it's the cabinet. It is the cabinet that approves the grants of land. Now, I get the impression that some of my cousins want to be responsible for making decisions on grants. And even suggesting, well, once you make a recommendation, cabinet must agree to it. But that's not how cabinet works. Cabinet has to be in a position to say yes or no. You can't say cabinet has to follow your recommendation. You make a recommendation, cabinet make a decision. Yeah? So to think that you can create a situation where cabinet just has to do what you say, that's not the case. First of all, cabinet has to set the criteria. Just like Honorable Fraser said, the minister will bring forward a paper, perhaps maybe setting the criteria that needs to be considered. That can be applied, and then you bring it back to cabinet, and cabinet, because cabinet is the one that set the criteria in the first place, will just approve them based on that criteria. Once it has been applied properly. If there's any room for any discretion, meaning there's a situation that has not been anticipated in the policy, then cabinet has to make a decision that's reasonable. Using all of the best practice and best principles as it pertains to exercising discretion. But you can't say, you think so? You think so? So you can't create a situation where you believe that you're going to send something and cabinet is just going to rubber stamp it. That's not how it works. So it doesn't matter if it's a board, it doesn't matter if it's an advisory panel, it doesn't matter if it's some kind of authority, it doesn't matter what it is. The decision is for cabinet. Point blank. The decision is for cabinet. And what cabinet requires is information. Cabinet requires information. And I'll say that this bill does not give enough, it doesn't give cabinet enough information, because the bill is suggesting that it has to go through a board, and the board could just outright reject it if it wants to. That's a problem in this bill. That has to be fixed in committee. Because what cabinet needs is information. It's our bill. It's our bill. The House of Assembly will pass it. Yeah, absolutely, but I can't pass it by myself. So it's our bill. So I'm saying to you, we have some work to do in committee. And what cabinet requires is information. Cabinet requires the information from whatever grouping from Anegada will make these recommendations based on the criteria that cabinet establishes. So in committee stage, we're going to fix that part and make sure that we have a proper process and mechanism in place to make the recommendations. And while we're on the topic, Madam Speaker, we know for many moons, Anegada people have been promised their lands. And I just have to say to you, we are very close right now. We ran into some challenges here and there. The Attorney General's chambers pointed out certain things to us that needed to be done before we could make these grants, because we want to make sure we're not arbitrary in terms of how we give grants. It's according to very clear policy, that we have all of the documentation that is required. So it's been some delays, but one thing I've committed to, I have committed to ensuring, Madam Speaker, that I'm not going to kick this can for somebody else to deal with. During this administration, we're going to see quite a number of grants to Anegada. They're going to receive their deeds for the lands over there. And as opposed to looking for an authority to distribute lands, what we really need in Anegada, Madam Speaker, is we need that same development corporation which is spoken about. We need a body that's going to manage the development of Anegada. Because once they get those deeds over there, development is going to explode. And we don't want it to explode in a uncoordinated, unplanned, ad hoc fashion. So we're going to need an entity that's going to help to manage development in Anegada. That's really what's needed in Anegada. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat. Madam Speaker, I see that the member for the 9th District has arrived. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not.
What's the question, Premier?
So I'm just saying I'm about to finish my wrap up, but I'm not sure if you're going to give the member opportunity to.
No, Premier.
Yeah.
Based on the standing orders, once you've given your reply, no other member can speak. So,
all right, Madam Speaker. I know anything could be done but that the members decide on, but
that is specific. It's very strict.
All right, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Crown Lands Management Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as Crown Land Management Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.